Ladies and gentlemen, hello, hello. It's Wednesday, which means it's your midweek show live from Airliners Live here from the Runway Visitor Park, bringing you all of the live aviation action for the next few hours as Singapore 5-2 just arrives in from Singapore. We just missed the touchdown, just missed it. But welcome in, everybody. How are we all doing? Let's get some names in the chat. As always, Tony P, how you doing? Mixter, Terry, Tom, Amy, Marcel, Joyce, Mike, Grey Gusto, Biss, Sanchez, Shirley Dev. How are we doing, guys? Welcome in. We do have a special guest with us as well down in the studio with me. Popular demand. Debbie is back, ladies and gents. How you doing, Debbie? You all right? Welcome, everybody. If you do have questions for Debbie, get them in the chat. Get involved. You know how this works by now. Debbie's going to be joining us for the next couple of hours. And someone else might be joining us later on. I'm sure you'll all find out eventually. Brownie's up on the roof as well, looking slightly out of focus for his Instagram pictures, I think.
Yes.
How are you doing? You all right?
Not too bad. How's it going, guys?
There you go. You're in now. Oh, now you are again. How are you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad.
Good.
I've actually got two Singapore Airlines A350s down there, actually. I've just noticed. The other one hiding away there. That distinct winglet design there.
Oh, so it is, yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Maybe they're waiting for each other. Debbie's mic isn't muted for me. Oh, you can't hear? Okay, let me just fix Debbie's mic, guys. Stand by, hold on.
Singapore Airlines Airbus A350 just landing here at Manchester Airport. Looking beautiful. This one's in from Singapore. And this aircraft will stop here, exchange some passengers as well, get fueled up, and head on over to the final destination of Houston Intercontinental in later today. I think that usually arrives at about 3 p.m. For those over in Houston, which is crazy because for those here in the UK, that would be about 9 p.m. So you've still got a lot of the day left, but of course, by our body clocks, not so much. Ryanair as well, just vacating, coming in from Alicante. It's one of the most popular destinations for travellers from Manchester. I could hear you anyway, but yeah, I could hear Debbie was like before. I think it's because it had the, you know how we had the mix minus from the scanner. It might still be that. Nice wet runway, it is indeed. It's we've had quite a bit of rain here in the northwest, of course. Many people live locally, I'm sure. Yesterday was quite windy as well. But apparently it's going to get quite stormy over the next 2 days here in Manchester. So that's going to be very interesting to see how that unfolds. In particular, Friday as well. So I know Matt's looking to do a live show on Friday, so I'm sure it's going to be quite entertaining. Yeah, welcome all to the Midweek Madness show, folks. We're just getting set up here. But as you join us today, don't forget to hit that like button, of course. And if you're new to the channel, of course, don't forget to hit that subscribe button as well.
Okay, is that should be good now. Chat, you should be able to hear me on this mic. Just 5 mods on this. No, I think we're Gucci.
Amazing.
Oh,
Okay, there we go. Right, we should be able to hear you. And sorry, you're on this one. Is for you. Right, we should be back on. Sorry, hello, Debbie. Welcome back.
hello again.
How are you?
I can hear everybody now. Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
Good. As you all know, we've had Debbie in before. So feel free to get some questions on in the chat as well. We've got the chats open. So let us know if you've got any questions. For those who haven't seen Debbie before, do you want to let everybody know a little bit about you as well, Debbie?
Yeah, I've been working in aviation, this sounds awful, 40 years, so I'm getting old now. I started off in the Royal Air Force as a fighter controller. I then came to Manchester Airport, spent 15 years here, duty manager, operations manager here. And then I formed a company, Airport Solutions, and with my colleague. And we were basically international consultancy. Lived in Dubai for about 6 years, worked at Dubai International, and I've worked all around the world. I'm sort of taking my foot off the gas a bit, well, allegedly, but...
you say that, but every time I ring you, you're in a different country.
I know. I just got back from South Korea a couple of weeks ago, and I'm off to Curacao. For those of you who don't know where that is, that's one of the Dutch Antilles in the Caribbean, just north of Venezuela. I mean, I can't think of anything worse, you know.
I know, it's terrible life, isn't it?
It is. So yeah, I'm very busy now until the end of the year, so...
Amazing.
Just
so,
travelling.
For those who don't necessarily know much about what sort of airport consultancy means, what is it you're doing? Because you're flying all over the world with this company of yours, and it's taking you everywhere. And like I say, whenever I speak to you, you're in a different country, and you're here, there, and everywhere. So what is it that you're doing when you're out and about?
Well, it's a mixture. I do quite a lot of training now. But I also do work on behalf of airports. So, for example, I help with certification. I will help them with any projects they have on, things like that. I think one of the nicest projects I ever worked on, believe it or not, was Oxford Airport. And we were doing runway resurfacing there and widening, and that was actually quite good fun. So
nice.
It's a variety of different things, but it's all airfield wise. I don't really do the terminals and customer service and stuff like that.
And are you kind of like managing the projects, or what are you bringing into the projects, I guess, is it?
Well, usually safety oversight, but I have done some project management before in the past. I built 4 new runways in Oman, for example.
Nice.
Not personally, of course, but been involved in that.
Is that where that shovel went?
But, I mean, every airport that's international has got to have a certificate to operate. So that's quite a complex thing to certify an aerodrome. So I've done that a few times as well, and it's a massive job.
Wow. So what sort of thing, is that kind of new airports, or does the certificate need to be updated as...
It depends on the country you're in. So, for example, we're still following EU regulations, although we've left the EU. So the certificate is just ongoing. But there will be every year the Civil Aviation Authority, the regulator from the country, will come in and just do an oversight. And, of course, airports can lose their certificate to operate. And many, many years ago, the City of Derry, or London Derry, whichever you want to call it, had their certificate removed by the CAA. And our company went in and basically put it right again and got them back open, which was a very interesting project. But it's very unusual it gets to that situation.
So I assume there's steps before then that like this needs to be improved, that needs to be improved.
Exactly, yeah.
And typically is there like a set of things that you see quite a bit that needs to be improved, or is that, is there something that's quite common to see?
A lot of airports will be carrying non-compliances, especially the ones like the ones in the UK. Most of them were designed and built. I mean, Runway, how old is it? 1930s. Things have changed a little bit since then, the aircraft types, for example.
Yeah.
So they will be sometimes carrying some minor non-compliances which are managed through safety management systems. So they'll be looking at things like that. Looking at procedures. Are people following the procedures? Are they not? Why is that the case? So it's just really looking at all that sort of thing and make sure that it's being managed. And every airport has to have a safety management system, and it's making sure that that's working and it's still operational.
And non-compliances, is that aircraft that...
It's the infrastructure of the airport that we'll be looking at. So obviously, we're just looking at here, you've got 737s, A320s, and they will have to have one set of, sort of dimensions for runway strips and things that have to be clear of obstacles. But then, of course, if then you look at the other one, the A380, that has a larger dimensions. So each aircraft type has a code. So we're looking at 320s out there, 73s, and they're code C aircraft. An A380 is code F. So each code has a different set of dimensions that we have for the infrastructure, so taxiway widths, runway widths, etc.
Wow, that's really good. And Marcel just saying, how on earth does Debbie have time for TAS and you guys?
I have no idea. I really don't.
But I think last time you were on the show, everyone was made up to have you on. And I think as the show goes on, more and more people should come in. And as we say, guys, if you've got any questions at all, feel free to get them in the chat. Sanchez, I'm sure you've been to some dicey places. Saying Sanchez, he's been up. Where would you say is your kind of favourite place in the world to go to?
I don't think I have a favourite place. I have places I like to go to. I have places that I will not go back to, and I've done some of the dodgy places. I mean, like South Sudan. I've been to Iran, Iraq, Sudan itself. So, some of those that are on the naughty list as far as the US is concerned.
Yeah.
But fortunately, that was before they had that cut-off date. But I have to say I have been to a few places that are quite scary.
Yeah, I bet. And Aviation Edit's just saying, what's the rarest plane you've seen on your travels?
Oh, gosh, that's an interesting one. I think the one that comes to mind is I went to Gostomel, which is, of course, where the Antonov factory is, just about 50 kilometres outside Kiev, and the Antonov 225 was there. And it just dwarfed the 124s, and we actually went on board it, which I think was quite memorable. Being actually on board it was great.
Nice. Yeah, that's awesome.
Alas, it's no more.
I know.
Yeah, I know. It's come to Manchester before, that plane, hasn't it? I remember maybe once, maybe twice, but I'm sure it's come in once.
I think it's come in a couple of times, yeah. But the problem with that aircraft, when I was mentioning each aircraft has a code.
Yep.
That aircraft is so big, it didn't have a code. So
Right.
you had to write special procedures for it. And I think if I remember, it was actually landed at Bryce Norton, RAF Bryce Norton, and it blew the fence over
Yes,
when it was
did.
on the runway. And all the spotters helped put the vents back up, which I thought was quite amusing.
Yes.
Yeah, it did. It blew it down on the way back out, didn't it?
But the Antonov 124s, I think the 225 is the same. They need 4 minutes at the end of the runway to actually spool up before they can take off. And so they have to book a double runway slot if they're going to do that.
Right, okay.
But that's certainly what we used to do when I was duty manager here at Manchester. So.
And as Andy said, that has been into Manchester before. Sadly, I've not seen it come in. But when an aircraft like that's coming in, I guess it's usually bringing in, I don't know, aircraft parts or freight or something like that.
It'll be freight or something.
And what would go into that process of getting that aircraft in then? Would it be the case of planning routes for it, I guess follow me vehicles, all that sort of thing, with the width of the aircraft maybe come into it as well?
Well, you'd need to be looking at your clearances because, of course, it's so big. And I think that the pinch point for it was the airport hotel with the fence there, which is down at the other end of the runway. And so, but it has come in, but I know somebody said it was very close down there. And like the Antonov 124s as well, I mean, when they go right into the airport, what we used to do, I don't know whether they still do that now, but we used to have to ride shotgun down the road and on its wingtip and then keep everybody out the way because it was so big. But I'm not sure whether they still do that now.
Jenny, thank you so much. Just gifted a membership to Carl Nelson. And Matt, our good old Matt, have you ever flown an aircraft, Debbie, he says?
Not really, no. I had a go once, but it's never really been something I wanted to do. It's very bizarre, and I love aircraft. It's my hobby. I like taking pictures of them. It's my work. But I've never really wanted to fly an aircraft.
Yeah.
I know quite a few people. I mean, some people are passionate, want to fly, but no, it's never really got me so much like that.
Michael just saying Sudan is beautiful with the pyramids to match Egypt. Such saying what the country's going through. Let's hope air travel can return to Khartoum one day soon, says Michael in the show.
Well, Khartoum is where the blue and the white Nile meet, of course, isn't
right,
it?
Right, okay. Yeah. I don't know.
Well, yes, it is. I've stood on the bridge and looked at them both joining, so...
And I guess countries like that, like say, you do have kind of like a preconception, but I bet there is some really beautiful spots in those sort of places, and like I say, probably places that you just wouldn't even know about until you actually go there yourself and go and see.
Well, that's right. I mean, to be honest with you, when I was in South Sudan, I didn't see much at all. apart from the airport and the hotel, and I didn't particularly want to because you could hear gunshots at night and things like that.
Wow. Really?
Yeah, and I was actually working for Fly Dubai when I was there, and I know that they had like an exit strategy if it kicked off for their staff.
Yeah. I guess with you visiting as well, how does that come into play then? If you know you're going into a place like that, do you have security with you, or?
When we went to Iraq, we did have an armed guard with us at all times. I don't think it's as bad now because we were there at the height of when it was really bad. But you would have to look at insurance because your normal insurance doesn't cover you. Because I don't know whether we have the Foreign and Commonwealth website, and it has travel information in there. And it's a red, amber, green system for some countries. And amber is only go there if you have to, and it's red is don't travel at all. And if you go into one of those areas, you have to get additional travel insurance, special travel insurance to go.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'd be brave enough to...
I wouldn't do it again. I've done it in the past. Done it, got the T-shirt. Thanks very much. I'm not stupid. And I had one guy that was trying to persuade me to go to one country. And he said, it's fully safe. I said, have you been? He said, no. I said, well, how can you guarantee my safety? And I just told him I said, go away and come back to me when you can guarantee my safety. He never came back to me.
Never came back.
No.
Mike Rogers, thank you so much. Also gifting a membership to the community, mate. Thank you very much, mate. Really appreciate that. Mark saying, in 1991, I was involved in the charter of an Antonov 124. Back then, Manchester and Liverpool weren't interested in the movement, and it went in via Stansted. Charter was telephone exchanges for Kuwait.
Interesting. I mean, I've chartered an aircraft, but only a little light aircraft, never something as big as that. So something to have of an achievement there.
Jet C757 just rolling on the south runway out to Malaga.
Hey Andy, I don't know whether you can see from up there, but have we still got an A350 stuck down the far end?
I believe so, yeah. Looks like it's still there.
It's Singapore Airlines. I think it's probably because of the stand situation. Manchester Airport, as many of you may know, they're actually doing a complete refurbishment of Terminal 2, and they're building a new pier. What that does mean is that while they're constructing, they lose stands, and they are very, very short of stands on T2. So what ATC are probably doing is holding it down there, waiting for a stand to become clear, and then it can come in. It's not ideal, but there's not a lot else you can do, really.
No, it's there's a heck of a lot of work. Every time I drive in to the RVP, I think that mound of dirt gets bigger and bigger every time I go past it. I don't know where they're finding it from.
Yeah.
And there's a digger always on top of it.
Yeah.
No, I think they're obviously building a new hangar there, but it's going. I think it's going to be some years before. I think it's 4 new piers they're going to build. They're on the second one now, and I think it's the last pier that they're going to build, which is going to be the one for the A380.
Right.
So it's
be interesting to see where Manchester is in a few years, just to see how it develops, what's happening.
Well, allegedly, and I say allegedly because I don't know whether they say that they're going to mothball Terminal 1 and just use it for remote parking. Whether they do or not, I don't know. It remains to be seen. But the problem with Terminal 1 is it's just absolutely riddled with asbestos. So if they try and start knocking it down, it's going to be really hard work, very expensive.
Yeah, it's. I think we are going to see a lot of changes at Manchester over the next few years. And I think I'm quite excited that we're going to be here, we're going to be live, covering it for you guys. And especially with MatCam up on the car park roof as well, we've really kind of seen the progress of those piers over the last few months, actually. They've really made some rapid progress getting those together. And as I say, Matt's just seen them just extend all the way along, and it's great. What
you'll notice, it'll be very, very quick, and then the building will go up, and then nothing will happen. Or you think it's the fit out that takes the time.
Exactly, then. The electrics, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, it's always the way.
Believe it or not, I was actually involved. When I came here, Terminal 2 wasn't there when I came to work at Manchester Airport in '89.
Oh, right.
And I was actually involved in the team that did the operational readiness for the original Terminal 2.
Yeah. And with the plans for Manchester, is there anything with regards to taxiways and stuff like that that's going to change up that side of the airport? Yeah,
they're going to have a parallel taxiway, because at the moment, Pier C is a bottleneck because you've just got a single taxiway through there. And they're going to basically chop the end of PSC off now, have a parallel taxiway, which will be a lot easier for ATC to manage, because it is ground is probably the hardest position at Manchester to operate because it's so complex and you've got that horrible little bottleneck, so it is quite difficult.
So is that going to be a just a side by side? Is where Echo is, isn't it? Going up that way towards
it'll be a parallel all the way up there through the West Apron.
And what aircraft code is that going to be parallel for?
It's going to be Code E.
Right. Okay.
Which Code E is anything up to 747-400.
Wow.
So Code E's are things like your Dreamliners, your 350s, your 777s, that sort of thing.
Because at the minute, I think they've just got that little offshoot on Quebec, haven't they, which they can use. But there are some little stands on there as well.
Well, it's a dual-use stand, and the problem is, of course, at the peak they need it for stands, so it's not that useful. So the idea is to have much more of a free flow.
Yeah, chat. What we'll do is when this Swiss has gone out, I'll bring up flight radar. For those who maybe don't know the layout of Manchester too well, we'll show you, and you guys will understand what we're talking about there. But that's Swiss A220 just rolling on the south runway out to Zurich. Good to see Swiss operating the 220s.
Have you flown a 220 yet?
No.
They're really nice, actually. They're very roomy. And it's a 2-3 configuration, which is nice.
Yeah, no, I really like that.
I've done the Air Baltic a few times.
Wow. And how's that Wookiee on the takeoff in the inside? Is it just as louder or quieter or?
But I've not really noticed, to be honest with you, so can't be much different.
Can't be much
what
different.
I did notice is that you've got more room under the seat in front of you to put bags and things like
that
than the 737s, which you wouldn't think, but it's quite a nice aeroplane.
And that's Singapore now on the move. But I'll just bring up flight radar quickly for you, chat, so you can have a look. And we can see the mouse here. So the taxiway that we're talking about is this little section here, guys. So if I just zoom in a touch. So this little section here is just one taxiway. You do have a little offshoot here, which is Quebec, which is it can work if you need to get an aircraft past or something like that. But there are some stands here as well, so if they're in use, then you can't use it. You do have Lima as well, I believe, from memory, this one here, but they try not to use that because then you can't push any of these aircraft back. So that's where things get slowed down, and you can imagine if you've got a lot of aircraft coming out from here, you're now putting the new piers in here as well. This taxiway here is just going to really get bottled up. So what are you saying here then, Debbie? Is it this?
They're going to have a parallel through there.
Yeah,
I think it's going to come up. So it's basically have another one. So Quebec's going to be kind of like for real, or they can chop the end of PSC off.
Right.
But I actually was responsible for putting Quebec in there.
Oh, right. So you've helped us all out.
Yeah, I did that one, yeah.
Nice.
One of my
thinking
projects.
about man. Yeah, I don't know, you've probably never heard of VATSIM, but Microsoft Flight Simulator, which is quite in-depth actually, got study level aircraft, so you can, if you get a failure in the study level aircraft, you can literally get a QRH out and fix it to the book, and it will do exactly as it should. And there's a network called VATSIM, which usually has a few thousand pilots at home, virtual pilots flying their virtual aircraft, and they're being controlled by controllers with a full controller suite. And it's all virtual. You've got some real-life controllers on there, some virtual controllers, and I'm doing my Manchester ground controller training at the moment.
Oh, right.
And so, yeah, learning about all that sort of thing, and getting the traffic in and out. And that's one of the things that's obviously come up in my training, of just how to manage this section here. And it's really interesting because, like I say, there are real-world controllers on the network, and they're helping you out and things like that. So it's really interesting, and we're probably going to be live streaming some of that as well when I do it, because they do take it quite serious. You've got 2 theory exams, at least 4 practical training sessions, and then a practical exam just to get your ground controller license. Then you got to go and do tower if you want to do tower, approach sector, and then to look after Heathrow, you've got to get a special endorsement. It's pretty in depth, but it's hopefully, guys, that will be coming to the channel soon. I had another session last night, and Steve reckons I've probably got one more practical session, and then I'm going to do my exam. So fingers crossed.
Good luck.
Fingers crossed. It's all good fun anyway, and one of the main things I'm enjoying about it is I'm learning a lot more about Manchester as well. Which I think will help with the streams.
You're probably more in favour of the taxiway names than I am, actually, because it's been so long and they've changed them since I was working
here.
Yeah, so.
It's you just kind of pick them up, which is quite cool, and you just learn a little bit more about what's going on and why things may be sitting in certain places and stuff. So, yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Oh, arrival from Shannon there for the Ryanair.
Huge thanks, as always, to Flight Radar 24 for integrating with the broadcast today, bringing all the information up on stream for you.
It's a shame we're not commentating today because we've got some overflights, and it's quite interesting because when we're doing the commentary, most of us enjoy doing the overflights more because you get more unusual stuff.
Yeah.
Especially when you get to Saturday and Sunday afternoon, it's the Ryanair, Jet2, EasyJet.
If you see anything, let us know. We'll try and pick it out.
If it's anything interesting.
Yeah, this tripod's not great for it, but we usually have Matt over on the car park, and obviously there's not always things going on the apron. So when there's not, he's got like laser vision, that guy. You can always look up and just see planes all over the place. Like, I'll get that. Zoom in on that.
He's great, isn't he?
Yeah, on a clear day, of course, which is not massively often.
Not in Manchester. There was one time when the A380 was in, everybody was here looking at the A380, and upstairs we would get more excited because we had 747s going over the top of us.
Robert, welcome, mate, tuning in from Detroit, Michigan. I've been on medical, so awesome to see the shows during the week instead of just Sunday. Best aviation channel out there. Hey, cheers, Robert. Thank you, mate.
Thanks.
Really appreciate that, and welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in, folks. If you are just tuning in, welcome to the midweek show. We've got Debbie with us today. A lot of you guys requested Debbie to come back on the show, so get some questions in the chat if you have got any for us here in the little studio downstairs. And obviously upstairs, got Brownie up on the camera.
Hey.
And I don't know, when do we say what's going on? Should we say what's going on today?
Yeah, go on. I mean, there's two big things, obviously. One being a very special guest, but something else at the end of the show, right?
Yeah, you go for it, because at the moment my camera looks like both me and Debbie are streaming from the sun, I think.
So we're going to try something that I don't think we've ever done this before. Maybe once, but basically, Matt, I know he's quite busy this weekend. He's away with it being bank holiday weekend. I'm also quite busy as well. So what Matt's going to do, instead of doing the Sunday show, he went, you know what, is there another day I can do in the week that's possible? And he looked at Wednesday, and he said, you know what, I could do Wednesday afternoon. So we said, well, we're streaming then anyway, so it might be a bit awkward. But here's an idea. Why don't we do like a bit of a relay? And at the end of our stream, we pass the baton over to Matt, who's going to be at another location, and he will pick up the live stream.
Yeah.
So how does that sound? So what we're going to do is here on this live show, at some point later on in the show, it's going to change. Obviously, we'll tell you when, to Matt. And it'll go on from Matt over at a different location. So
for those who are asking for slightly longer shows, today is your lucky day. Because we're going to be doing our show up until the A380 arrives. And then we're going to hand over to Smithy, who's going to look after you guys for the afternoon, bring you some departures. So you've got an absolute marathon show today, guys. So stick around. Hopefully you got nothing to do.
Yeah, in theory it should work fine, but we'll see.
The only caveat is I think there's going to be a black screen for maybe a minute while I switch the feeds over. So just bear that in mind. But apart from that, you guys are in for a decent show today.
So where's the secret location, or is it secret?
Oh, no, it's not secret. He's going to be on Southside.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, nothing too special.
Yeah.
But no, it's going to be great, because we're going to bring you guys some nice arrivals, and then this afternoon Matt's going to bring you the departures. You're going to see some nice close-up departures. Ken, sounds like a cunning plan. Certainly does, Ken. Welcome in, mate. Hope you're doing well, guys. And Ian saying good morning. Good morning, Ian.
Hello.
Morning, boys and Debbie. Trying to concentrate on some e-learning, but I've got your stream on the second monitor, saying Ian. Hey, welcome in, mate. Thank you very, very much for your support. And Debbie, thank you very much for the 22 months of premium economy membership, saying simply the best. Thank you very much, Debbie. Really do appreciate that. And plenty of people getting involved in the chat as well. Lee Bracewell, hope you're doing well. Chester Mike, great to see you as well, mate. Hope you're doing well, dude. And Liquidator, welcome to you. And Tony P setting off the confetti at the bottom of the old overlay. Thank you very, very much, Tony, with 10 gifted memberships coming into the community. Let's get some love and confetti emotes in the chat for Tony. Do you like the new confetti that when somebody supports the channel quite a bit, there's a bit of confetti flying around? We thought we'd let it sit up a little bit. What have we got going on here then?
Looks like one of them.
Pushback truck shifting and his mate following closely behind. Looks like bring your son to work day on the old airport vehicles there.
I wonder where they're going, because maybe the engine test bay?
Engine test bay, I would
Yeah,
assume.
there will be. It's Jet 2, so there must be an aircraft in there.
It's funny how you got little and large though. The big one and then that little small diddy one following behind. What is that small one for?
It's interesting because usually the tug drivers are able to do the RT, but I guess it's because it's not just the inner taxiways around the piers. They're doing a follow me just to make sure everything goes okay.
Hey, Jeanette, welcome back for 30 months. Wow, that is a long time supporting the channel. Thank you very, very much. Really do appreciate that. And Audrey says, good morning, Martin, Andy, and Debbie. Morning, Audrey. How are you doing? And Liquidator tuning in. It's 4:30 a.m. in Ohio. Currently watching the stream.
Wow, 4:30.
We do get people tuning in from all over the place, don't we?
We do. Yeah, it's crazy. You guys tuning in all different parts of the world. If you are watching from outside of the UK, let us know in the chat.
Our chat must be like Debbie's calendar. I've got this country here, got this country going on.
Tricky Dicky. Oh no, what's going on? It's logged me out.
You know, you can hear that ATR over there from here. It is so noisy. Well, I tell you, they're only small, but they don't have to make a noise.
They do, don't they?
Yeah, it's crazy when you get to some airports, you see so many of them as well. You know, a place like in the Canary Islands and stuff, when you got, is it Binter and Canary Fly? You know, they can fly like 20, 30, 40, 50 a day. It's crazy.
Well, they're really good aircraft. I mean, they can actually land, the 42 certainly, on non-paved runways.
Oh, right. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and when I first went out to Oman, they used to have loads of little desert airstrips feeding the oil companies.
Yep.
And I went out there and we were converting some of them into paved runways because Oman Air, who used to fly them, were phasing them out for the Embraer. And it was fantastic because you used to just land on these little desert airstrips and it was more like a bus. It used to be up, down. Sometimes you never got more than 5,000 feet.
Yeah.
So they're pretty flexible to do that.
I think at that point, people just use them for commuting and, you know, just little trips around the country as well, rather than some big flight they're taking, right? It's not like a big deal for them. I assume the process of getting the passengers on and stuff is quite, you know, minimal as well. Similar to when, you know, on the Canary Islands, because they're all kind of connected by these Canary Fly flights in Binter. People who are residents of the islands as well, they get a discount, and it's quite a sizable discount as well.
Well, that's how Logan Air operate, isn't it? In Scotland, the local people actually get discounted rates. If you wanted to fly, you'd actually pay the full rate, and it's discounted because, of course, with the Highlands and Islands, you've got so many little islands up there. And what is it? The record for the quickest commercial flight is Logan Air.
Oh, yeah.
It's between Westray and Papua Westray. I think it's like 57 seconds.
I think I could manage that one. Yeah, I think I could do that one.
Yeah.
But when do you get your gin and tonic?
That's it, yeah.
Bring your iPad.
If BA were offering the flight, they'd get it done.
Yeah.
Tricky Dicky, thank you, mate. 11 months saying, any breaking news? Mate, you had me baffled for a moment. I was like, where's the breaking news gone on my overlay? He's obviously implemented a nice new update for me. That is very nice, mate. Thank you very much for doing that. And thanks for everything you're doing behind the scenes as well, dude. Really do appreciate that. And we also had Laurie returning for 36 months, who's just got a golden Wookiee badge. Proud to be a member of the Airlines Live community. Best aviation channel in the world. Loves and hugs from Dallas-Fort Worth to all the Airliners Live family. Thank you very, very much, Laurie. Great to have you in this morning. I'm sure it's very early for you as well.
Oh, it is, yeah.
And Terry Edwards returning for 30 months of support. Great to see Debbie on the show. A fountain of aviation knowledge. There you go.
Thank you.
That's a nice one, isn't it?
And Lee saying, good morning from South Carolina. First-time viewer here. Hey, welcome, Lee. Let's get some waves in the chat for Lee, brand new viewer of the channel.
Hey.
Welcome to the community, mate, as we watch that ATR on the way out.
Dublin, I think it was.
That's good, because my thing needs a refresh. Debbie to the rescue.
Yeah, it was, I think it's Emerald Airlines, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Or
yes,
Regional.
There we go. Eastsider tuning in from beautiful Vancouver, where it's currently 1:35 a.m.
Oh my gosh.
So, are you still up, or have you just got up? That's the question.
Well, if he works in aviation, he's probably just got up.
Nige asking, have you ever done that flight, the Barra flight?
No, I haven't. It's on my bucket list to do. I would really like to do that.
I'd love to
Land
do
on
that.
the beach. And I'd like to do the Westray, Papa Westray, just to say I've done it as well. It's just finding the time, that's the problem.
Yeah, that's it.
It's getting there, isn't it? Because it's out in the sticks. And then once you do it, I guess it's probably quite underwhelming, isn't it? Because it's just like, oh, was that it?
Auntie, come on.
He's looking at him.
Have some enthusiasm.
I'd do it, though. I'd do it.
It'd be rubbish, but I'd do it. We get this window open. It's going to be a wham in here, isn't it?
But I think that Westray, Papa Westray flight is part of a series of flights, isn't it? So the plane doesn't just go to and from.
Oh,
it kind
no,
of
no,
goes onwards. And
Yeah, it does its little round robin, doesn't it? And
Yeah.
it lands at a number of aircraft. I think it originates from Glasgow, but don't hold me on that one, but I think it does.
Yeah.
And we, talking of kind of winding down and stuff like that, we always kind of joke on the channel that I don't ever imagine myself ever kind of not working. Do you think you're the same? Like, do you think you just love to just keep working?
Well,
or?
I don't want to give up because I'm enjoying myself. So,
Yeah,
you know.
that's the way to do it, I think.
Yeah.
Andrea, welcome back. Brand new premium economy member as well, supporting the channel. Thank you, everybody. Loads of support coming into the stream. 13 brand new members on today's show already. And like I say, it is going to be a marathon show today, guys. Matt is going to be taking over from us this afternoon.
Well, just something we've got an overflight up there. I don't know if you see it. It's not trailing that much. It's just up there. It's a Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner off WestJet from Calgary to Rome.
There it is. I think Barney might have that.
Possibly, yeah, maybe. Jill saying she's tuning in from Bolton, where it's at 9:37 a.m.
Well, that's a coincidence. The same here.
Same
time zone.
Turkish arriving in with us as well from Istanbul, and flight time of 3 hours 40 minutes. And we couldn't start off today's show without giving a massive well done congratulations, of course, to the Phoenix team. As many of you flight simmers know, they released their A319, A321 expansion pack on Monday. And a massive success. A lot of the community is really, really impressed, really, really happy with it. I myself, really impressed with it as well. I've been really enjoying flying it. And to be honest, I thought I was going to be really excited for the 21, but I've actually enjoyed the 19 a lot more, which surprised me a little bit. But yeah, big well done, guys. Absolutely mega release. Incredible price as well. Fair play, £40 for the 2 aircraft.
Wow.
Which is a really, really fair price. And yeah, I would highly, highly recommend it. So yeah, loving the chat for Amir and the whole Phoenix crew.
So the far side there, we've got 2 aircraft lined up on the runway at the same time. We've got the Dreamliner behind, on its way to Larnaca, and the Max 8 737 Max behind, just ahead of it now, going to Tenerife. It's amazing that they're doing this quite a lot, Chewy. They're using the wide-body aircraft on short European routes because, of course, it's just the demand is there.
Yeah, we see it quite a lot going to Palma and places like that.
Yeah.
So it's really cool to see that, and I guess if you are a plane spotter, it's quite a nice bonus, isn't it, to get that experience of a Dreamliner without necessarily having to do the long flight that usually comes with it.
Yeah, it must feel weird. Also got a Turkish Airlines coming in, A321neo. This has got the mask design up front as well, which is something we're seeing more and more commonly on their fleet. I think it's only the pretty new planes that are getting this.
Yeah, this is from January 2024, this aircraft.
Wow.
Brand new.
Looking very shiny.
When I first saw this, the sunglass effect on the windscreen there, I actually thought it looked like eyeshadow. I described it as eyeshadow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice, isn't it? I really like it.
It's stylish. It looks good. Turkish, of course, fly to more destinations than any other airline.
All right.
Massive fleet.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
But do you know what the flower is on the fuselage?
Say tulip, is it?
It is. And why?
Is it their national flower?
The national flower. And I was talking to
You know what I mean?
guys.
Chat, 10 points.
You've been listening to the commentary.
I've had the commentary on, I've heard it.
And so I was speaking to some Turkish guys, and they said the Dutch nicked it off them because, of course, you always associate tulips in Amsterdam. So
Yeah.
No, it does look nice. I really do like I think the Turkish A321 Neo, it kind of fits the livery really nicely, I think.
That's it.
Yeah.
Does look great.
They send so many airframes to Manchester as well. We've seen so many different shapes and sizes from, I think, an A320 Neo. I'm sure they've sent in 737 Maxes before as well.
They have, and also the Dreamliners, of course, they've flown those, the 330s.
Yeah.
A lot of the time when they do an aircraft change and have a larger aircraft, it's for cargo rather than passengers. Because I was coming back there from Istanbul, and on the Wednesday, coming back on the Saturday, on the Wednesday they did an aircraft change to the 330 from the 321 Neo, and of course that's not going to be passengers because you're not going to have the sudden booking.
Yeah.
And it was brilliant because there's hardly anybody on it when we got there.
Wow.
I didn't realise that. I assumed it was just because, I don't know, a lot of people booked that week.
No, it's I'm not saying it's always, but it
Yeah.
is also for cargo as well, so don't always assume it's passenger-wise.
Right. That would be a bonus then, wouldn't it? If you get a bit more room and you get a bigger plane.
It was actually, because of course the 321 Neo is a 3.3, and yet it's 242 on the 330, so we had the two of us sat together, which is
Nice. Ryanair just arriving in from Dublin. So, of course, you also look after the Aviation Society here at Manchester Airport. What's going on with TAS at the moment? Anything interesting you want to let anybody know about? Obviously, people in the chat may not be members or know about TAS as well.
Okay, well, I'll just give you a little bit of a brief on the Aviation Society. It's the largest society outside of London. We've got about 1,350 members, which is pretty good. And we've been going since the 1970s. So very, very, sort of well established. And what do? We do trips abroad. So this year we have been to Palma. And for those of you who are aware that Palma had they've had two storms, haven't they, that's closed the airport. And we were actually flying out on that one day where it was, it got closed. And it took us 2 hours to return the car hire because, of course, people weren't picking the cars up, so they couldn't get everybody in. And it was just, the whole airport was just like, there was planters everywhere full of water. The duty-free shop looked like a swimming pool.
Gosh.
There was a huge queue for immigration because a lot of the automatic, cubicles for immigration were closed because they were flooded. And the queues there were only two food outlets. There was Subway and Burger King. And the queues were 35 minutes.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
However, I actually found out from a guy that he says if you go to that second till in Subway, they're just doing drinks only. So I managed to secure beer for us all, so we were okay. We didn't have to queue.
That's a bonus, then, isn't it?
Yeah, but that was quite interesting. And thanks to Jet2, we were only 2.5 hours late, which I thought was amazing.
Yeah, that's really good. And with regards to the trips aboard, then I guess that's a members thing, and then you just sign up to go.
Yeah, we've got another trip in about 3 weeks to Milan, which I'm looking forward to. And we've got Frankfurt and USA next year. It's the first long haul since COVID. We also do social evenings every month, held in the RVP Cafe. And we also, the volunteer engineering team, are TAS, and they look after the aircraft here in the park.
Yeah, they do a lot of really good work. I've seen a few posts from them recently that the RGX has been open and they're doing some work. I was having a chat with them when we were doing the TAS fair as well. And they were doing some really good work in there.
So just going off the subject, you probably notice there's a vehicle driving up the runway there. That's one of the Airfield Ops vehicles doing a mandatory inspection of the runway. So they're just looking and making sure there's no cracks in the pavement, which I would hope there isn't. They're looking for FOD, any debris that could be sucked into the aircraft engine. Also be looking at the paint markings to make sure they're in good condition. And of course at night they'll be looking for the lights as well. And for those of you, if you're interested, it's a mandatory requirement to do for the Manchester airport-size aircraft, 2 in a 24-hour period, but typically they'll probably be doing about 5 or 6.
Yeah, you do see them regularly. You see them out a lot. And what's the obviously runways are really clean and clear of anything like that, but you do see a lot of aircraft lining up like we did with the TUIs then, the 7.3 lining up in front of the Dreamliner and taking off. Obviously that engine blast coming from the 7.3, I guess, how's that mitigated then? Because obviously if there is anything on that runway at all, it would get blown up at that point.
Well, that's why they have the inspections, because really you don't want anything on the runway at all. It's and if there is, if you're doing the inspection, you'll get out, pick anything up if you see it, or if necessary, you'll get the apron sweeper out there and sweep everything up. So you won't really have anything on there that of significance at all.
And with the runway inspections, I know the cars have lights on the front of them as well. When you're doing runway inspections at night, would you drive slower up the runway, or would there be something that you'd do differently to make sure you can see a bit better?
Not really, but I mean, these vehicles here, they've got massive spotlights on the front, so it really shines up. And what I'd probably do at night, I would actually drive down both sides of the runway, because you've got more time because it's not so busy.
Mm-hmm.
I think my record in 12-hour shift was 17 inspections.
Oh, right.
It was snowing, so I was just on and off the runway all the time. Wow. Literally.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll get another show day, because a snow day rather, because that's still, I don't know why, but it was a very interesting show, but that show is still spoken about a lot on the channel. A lot of viewers saying, "Oh, do you remember the snow day? How good was that?" And I remember we were on the mound over there. You guys were in the commentary tower, and we were just listening into you to try and work out what was going on, and we were just seeing this huge, massive airport of vehicles looking after the place, and it made for a really interesting show. And I'd just love to do that now that we've got the multicam, so we can see what's going on in the apron. We can do all this again, but we've just not had snow like it since then.
Well, we just don't, do we? I mean, I remember I was always told, because obviously the duty manager will be in charge of the snow clearing, I was always told as a duty manager, if you're going to snow clear for the first time, bring somebody else in to help you. And the first time it snowed on me was Christmas morning. At 6 o'clock in the morning, I thought, I can't bring anybody in, but so I just coped. It wasn't that bad. So there's the Etihad going out to Abu Dhabi, 787-10 Dreamliner there.
Yeah, very nice design on that aircraft as well.
So what's your preference, guys? Is it the 350 or the Dreamliner?
350 for me.
I'd say A350 as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're really nice looking. When it first came out, the first time I saw it, I wasn't too keen, but it's really grown on me, and I think it's a really nice looking aircraft now.
Yeah. Maybe as a passenger, maybe would you say, do you lean towards one or the other as well? Is there any difference really?
Well, each airline will have its own configuration, so it's really how the airline themselves have configured that aircraft. So you really don't know the difference, I don't think. It's from the outside. I've only thrown on the 350 once. It was with Qatar. And I was going to work in Mali in the Maldives. You see, I do get some...
I was going to say, it's a hard life, isn't it? That's really good, though. It's great that you're able to travel all over the world, and aviation's kind of enabled that as well. Yeah. It's really cool, isn't it?
You're giving Noel Phillips a run for his money, aren't you?
Well, it's quite interesting, because it's a bit of a shock to the system when COVID came along, and all of a sudden I was going so, and then it was just bang, went nowhere for a long time.
Yeah.
But officially we are now, ICAO say, that's the International Civil Aviation Organisation, say we are back to pre-COVID levels. Mm-hmm. I think we can see that's the case, certainly here at Manchester. I'm hoping we're going to break the 30 million passengers per annum barrier this year. But certainly from my viewpoint, we had to convert a lot of training into virtual, but it's all classroom again now, so I'm travelling a lot now.
I think it's so bad. It's like I saw on the news in the morning, it said, today is for air travel was supposed to be the highest day in travel since pre-COVID. And that was the day that they had the outage.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
And it's just like, if that's not a bad omen. It's like, come on, can aviation just get a break already?
Yeah.
It was interesting. I was actually on commentary that day, and apparently what it wasn't a power outage it was a power surge. Power outage. So they lost security, and of course they lost the baggage system. So a lot of aircraft went out empty, well, not without bags.
Yeah.
But EasyJet just cancelled. I think the first EasyJet I saw, I got quite excited, which is unusual for an EasyJet. It was the Sharm el Sheikh, but they literally cancelled everything. And I think it was because they didn't know what was going to happen. It's sometimes easier to just, cancel. But I mean, Jet2, a lot of the aircraft, they were going out 2 hours late for diversions all over the place. Emirates into Birmingham, I think it was. So. It was pretty awful.
Yeah, and thanks for the heads up in the chat, guys. We are keeping an eye on Barton. We can bring in a live feed if needed. I think you guys just reporting there may be a Chinook on the way in.
Ooh,
it's certainly around that area. Shifty 555 on the call sign, if anyone's wondering. And it's at 1,400 feet. So it's certainly heading in the right direction for a stop at Barton. So we do have a live feed waiting if that happens. Dreamliner on the roll.
Fine, it's been out there for a long time. I have to say, one of my favourite flights in a helicopter ever was when I was in the Royal Air Force. I was in the Falkland Islands, and I went ramp riding on a Chinook. So the ramp is down at the back,
Nice.
and you're just sitting on it. You're
That's
strapped
mad.
in, of course, and that was a pretty amazing experience.
That is crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, Barton's been pretty busy with military the last couple of years, hasn't it? It feels like it's picked up a lot.
Yeah, they're doing a lot for them. They're providing a free meal if you come in. They're doing a really nice thing, which I think is great, swapping patches. So they've got some Barton patches made, and they get a patch off the guys and girls that come in, and they swap them. So they've got a really nice collection of badges now, which you can go and see. And I think they're just going out of their way. Obviously, they've added the new additive to the fuel, which allows the newer patches to come in. So they're really putting in a bit of a graft to look after the military at Barton, and it's great for us because you get to see some really cool movements. And yeah, for those wondering, there it is. There's Barton's live feed. We are just keeping an eye on that. See if that Chinook stops in. You can go and watch this live feed yourself. I'm sure the guys and girls won't mind that we're poaching it. It's actually on Barton's website. So if you head to Barton Aerodrome's website, there's a webcam section, and there's 3 webcams pointing in different directions around the airfield. But this is the camera that you want to see, because they usually land over. But the only thing that I would say is we're not seeing the fuel truck in the position that we would expect for a military arrival. Usually that fuel truck would be down near taxiway Alpha if they were expecting a military arrival. So I wouldn't say right now it's looking too likely that Chinook's going to stop in, but we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I don't think they'd put the Chinook there on that pad there, would they?
I don't think so, no. I've never seen them put one there before, so it'd be interesting to see, though. We'll keep an eye on it. Let us know, chat, of course.
Ryanair on the roll over there to Malaga.
Andy D saying, unfortunately, UK domestic hasn't really recovered since COVID. It seems to have changed a lot, doesn't it? Especially since the departure of Flybe.
Yeah, that's true. But I think Loganair's taken quite a lot up of that, hasn't it, really?
Yeah, they've picked up a lot of slack, Loganair.
Yeah.
I think, when Flybe, they tried to launch that second time, I think, of course, that was a lot of their previous routes had already been zapped up, so it's more difficult for them.
It was a strange relaunch attempt that it didn't really feel wholehearted, in my opinion. It kind of felt like, we'll give it a go,
And they didn't really offer anything, I don't know, groundbreaking, did they? It was kind of just...
No, and I think pricing-wise, they were quite a bit off in terms they were a lot more expensive on the pricing, so I think it was kind of...
I think they were trying to go more for the corporate side rather than like the ultra-low-cost side. But
these days, you're going to have to search for the cheapest. Since COVID, I've really noticed a big hike in ticket prices.
Yeah.
Across the board, really. And I can understand it because, of course, the airlines lost so much money.
I may have a bit of a hot take on this, which is, I don't know if this is anyone who would agree with this. Maybe some people won't agree with it, but personally, I don't think the run to the bottom on aviation is healthy for the sector. I don't think it enables the sector to really do well. And I know that obviously there's kind of 2 sides to the coin for this. If you're looking, say, from a family with maybe 3 or 4 kids and you really want to get everybody abroad, you really do want the cheapest option. I do understand that.
Yeah.
But I think, for airlines to really do well and like innovate and do new things, I think there does need to be a bit of a premium on air travel.
Yeah.
And I think if this run to the bottom wasn't so aggressive, I think maybe we'd see more airlines survive longer term issues and stuff like that. But it is a balancing act, isn't it, between providing for everybody and also just allowing airlines to continue, I guess.
Yeah, I think a lot of people do value good service. I think that's a good one. You see Jet2 and TUI, for example, like we ourselves, we prefer to go with them just because we know you're in good hands, right? If you go with like Ryanair or EasyJet, right, you might be a bit more stuffed if you get, stuck out at, down trip or whatever. But I think a lot of people just look at what's the cheapest, right? That's the main.
Yeah.
Most people aren't too bothered, are they? That's the problem.
I mean, I don't really like. Do people? I don't know whether I'm being out of line. Do people really think you should be able to get to Malaga for 20 quid?
Yes, people do, I think.
Yeah.
Because that just seems ludicrous to me.
Well, that's. I mean, the problem is that the airlines are driving really aggressive pricing with their handling agents down. Because obviously they want to keep the prices low. And the problem with that is that when something goes wrong, they often don't have enough. They can't just throw staff at it. Yeah. But that's been driven by the public demanding to go to Malaga for 20 quid. So it's just the way it is, I'm afraid, and that's the place we're in today.
Because I just don't see it as realistic. And obviously it's happening with the likes of Ryanair and things like that. But it's then when you get someone like Flybe coming back with maybe what is maybe more standard pricing, I guess you'd call it just seems outrageous, and you think, well, hold on, if you look at, I don't know, like a train, me and Jen were looking at getting trying the Eurostar to France, for example, and that's 60 quid each way. Yeah. And you think, well, you can get there for a tenner on Ryanair, and it's just like, well, that's stupid, isn't it? Like you're spending 6 or 8 quid on a bus ticket these days. I don't know. It just seems completely out of whack for me.
Mad, isn't it?
Flying prices. It's
well, that's where we are. I can't see it changing anytime soon either.
But I would say with Ryanair, I'd be curious how many people actually do just pay that low base price, because they don't half coerce you to try and get as many extras as possible as well, which is probably where they do make a lot of their money.
It depends on what you want, isn't it, at the end of the day? And at least if you don't want a whole baggage, you don't need to pay for a whole baggage. And if you want priority boarding, although I do remember standing in a queue for priority boarding at Dublin for Ryanair once, and the priority boarding queue was longer than the other queue.
Speaks volumes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Wayne, welcome back, mate. 52 months of support, mate, with that Gold Airliners Live badge as well. Long-term supporter of the channel. Good morning, Wayne. 52 months. How many years is that, chat? Quick maths. That is a long time. Thank you, dude.
That's a long time. But yeah, if you book on the booking page on a Ryanair flight, man, it is hard to get through it and not pay for an extra. It's like, do you want insurance? No. Are you sure? Are you sure you don't want insurance? Terrible things are going to happen. It's like, do you want to book a seat? Oh, are you sure? It's going to go up in price. It's going to go up.
Hey, Mrs. Airliners Live in the chat. Hello. It always gets my eyes to the skies when the lads in the cafe come out with their spotting scopes and start looking up it.
Oh, yes.
It makes you wonder. There must be something that's made it worthwhile for them to...
When you see people at the park pointed up in the air like, oh,
what's he seen? What's he seen? And everyone starts looking up then.
Yeah.
Well, there's another... Oh, it's behind the cloud. It's the WestJet that's over there.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't see anything just yet.
No, well, if we do, we'll tell everybody. So the Dreamliner there, of TUI, it's the longer of the two. They fly the 8 and the 9, and that's the 9. It's on its way to Montego Bay in Jamaica.
Yeah, and just in front of it on your screens now out to Abu Dhabi is the Dash 10 Dreamliner from Etihad.
And then a brand new Airbus A350-1000 of Virgin Atlantic going to Las Vegas.
There you go, some nice departures coming up, folks.
It's interesting, actually. Jamaica, the capital, Kingston, has less flights than Montego Bay, which is quite an unusual situation to be in, because, of course, Montego Bay, it's incredibly busy because it's not only people from the UK going. Of course, all the Americans, Canadians, are very, very popular destination.
Yeah, it's a place on my bucket list, I think, Jamaica. I think it's my mum's been once and said it was just... The people were just so kind, so nice. Everybody's super welcoming. Obviously, the place is nice as well. You guys in the chat know I love my reggae music as well. So I think that's definitely one on the old list.
You like spicy food?
Goat curry.
Not massively, but curried goat is unbelievable. Absolutely love it. And curried mutton as well is very, very nice if it's done properly. Where we used to work, there was... a lady there who had a Caribbean food business, and she used to come in, rent. I think she used to rent the kitchen, so she had a bigger kitchen to make her food for her takeaway. And while she was there cooking and she knew we were building stages in the next room, she always used to come in and say, I've got some extra for you. Come and give us some. And we used to have like curried mutton, and that is, it's unbelievable.
It's
really,
nice.
really nice.
I hired a car in Jamaica because the thing I personally don't like about it is that it's just everybody goes and sits in the hotel and sits on the beach, and I don't do that. That's not my holiday. I like to be doing stuff.
Oh, right, okay.
So, but I've only ever been there to work anyway, so I'll be doing things. But I was there over the weekend, so I hired a car along with a friend, and I wanted to see the Jamaica off the beaten track, and it's actually quite amazing. As soon as you got past the tourist bit, there were potholes in the road and all sorts of things. But the thing that we had difficulty is finding somewhere for lunch because everything's all inclusive.
Yeah.
And finding a cafe for lunch was actually quite hard work. We did in the end, but it was quite interesting to go and see that side of it, really.
Mm. Yeah, Jen's very much like that. Because whenever I used to go away, it used to be all inclusive. You're at the hotel, just enjoying, sitting down, reading, listening to music, swim, get back out, all that sort of thing. But Jen, I can't do that. So she's very much like you. I think she wants to be out and about, going and seeing things and stuff like that.
Yeah, doing stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I do like the odd, afternoon by a pool, but I couldn't do it for 2 weeks. I think I'd probably commit suicide.
Yeah, I don't think I could do it for 2 weeks either. Not these days, anyway. And off goes that TUI Dreamliner, off to Montego Bay.
I suppose if you do go to Jamaica, you're not too far away from some crazy airports, like St. Martin and St. Bart's and all them.
You say that, but it's flying from one Caribbean island to the other is incredibly difficult.
Is it?
Yes, and usually the only way you can do it is to go into Miami and through the States and go back out. And of course the pain, because I was trying to go from, I think it was, somewhere in the Caribbean, I was trying to get to St. Martin.
Yep.
And literally I couldn't do it because I didn't have the time over the weekend. Because of course when you enter the States, it can take ages to get through immigration. And, so it was, so it sounds like, I'll go and visit, but...
Just nip over.
Yeah.
You think there'd just be some little island hoppers, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
There's very few. I mean,
wow.
So it is actually quite difficult.
Of course, that Virgin Atlantic A350 1000 to Las Vegas. We do often wonder what the new piers are going to bring to Manchester. I wonder if it will expand the US routes anymore, maybe flights to Boston or places like that.
I think the problem with, since COVID, we've got no American carriers, which is really sad. For the first time since, I started working here in '89 and they had US carriers. And but of course, if you look at who's flying and where, they're all code sharing. Mm-hmm. And it's all been taken up by Virgin, TUI and Aer Lingus UK.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wonder if they'll expand their routes from Manchester maybe, or...
Well, I think we had a Boston for a while, and I don't think it really took off that well, and
right.
It's cancelled.
Because, we used to have United, American, didn't we?
Continental, before they merged, and everything, and it's a shame, really. We don't get them. I mean, I remember when I first came to work here, we used to have British Airways, of course, used to have a massive European route, and also used to have a daily New York service as well.
Yeah, so T3
TriStar.
used to be the British Airways terminal, didn't it?
Yeah, it was called. We used to call it BAMA, British Airways Manchester Airport, and it was designed purely around BA, and it was also, even some of the stands were designed on the southern front for the, the Embraers that they had, the 145s, but they've obviously pulled out, but. Everything's Heathrow now, I'm afraid.
It is, and when you look at a map of Heathrow on flight radar, it's just a sea of aircraft. It's just non-stop action. But we can see our Emirates A380 chocks have been removed there, and that aircraft will be pushing back soon. And as you can see, still plenty of building work going on. Very well near to stand 12. There is actually quite a big gap between the work and the aircraft. It's not as close as the camera makes it seem. But plenty of work going on.
If that pushes back now, it'll be one of the earliest departures of an A380 I've ever seen. Just 15 minutes behind the clock at the moment.
On-time performance has not been brilliant, has it? And of course, the problem is if it's very late, a lot of those people, most of the people on that aircraft are transferring, so they can miss their, sort of the next flight. So
that must just put a lot of stress on the passengers.
Oh my God! Don't tell me. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I won't do, well, I will if I have to, but I try not to do anything, a minimum connection time under 2 hours these days, because since COVID, it just doesn't seem to work. And of course, you may make it, but say goodbye to your bag. I mean,
Yeah.
I missed it for 10 days once.
Yikes.
Wow.
This is a very nice aircraft, a Aegean A320neo. Absolutely beautiful aircraft, this, I think. Just arriving in from Athens. A flight time of 3 hours, 49 minutes. And these sound great. Have a listen to this, chat. Really nice. Great to see you. Hey, Neras, great to see you, mate. How you doing?
Hello.
So, now you sound a bit girly today, Airliners Live. Yeah, we've got Debbie with us today, special guest who is with us answering all questions aviation. So if you've got any questions, get them in the chat. And welcome in, folks, if you are just tuning in. Emirates A380 now pushing back for departure out to Dubai. And following that aircraft, we've also got the Gulf Air out to Bahrain, just started its taxi, and a TUI Dreamliner for Cancun. So a couple of nice departures coming up as well. And don't forget, folks, today is a marathon show after we bring in our arriving A380 here today. Mr. Matt Cam Smith is going to start up on the sticks on Southside, and we're going to bring you his feed for the afternoon, guys. So you've got a full day of plane spotting here on Airliners Live. So clear those diaries, and if you are at work, we should hopefully provide some really good entertainment for you today.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see the takeover.
Yeah.
About an hour and a half's time, 2 hours almost. Should be good.
Are you feeling any better now, Ass? I know you're feeling under the weather, mate. Looking forward to seeing you out fishing again soon, hopefully. He's a live streamer on Twitch.
Oh, right.
And he has a... do you know what a belly boat is?
No.
It's like a big blow-up armchair. And he goes in the water with it, has his legs off the end with flippers on, and he goes around a lake and he fishes, and he's got a camera here looking out and a camera here looking at him, and he live streams himself fishing.
Oh, fantastic.
It's really good.
That sounds really good fun.
It's just mad what you can do these days, isn't it? He's there just peddling. Everyone's like, mate, has a fish ever bit your flippers? So, it's really, really good. EasyJet on the roll on the south side out to Lisbon.
So I've just had a look at the Emirates, and in the morning they're actually flying, quite often they're flying the 2-class configuration. So downstairs they have all economy, upstairs they have business class at the back, and then more economy at the front. So it's 85 business class and 530 in economy, so they don't have any first class on that one.
Right, okay.
Wow.
Here we go, beautiful Gulf Air. Look at the scheme on this, chat.
I love this one.
Yeah, this is a nice one, isn't it? Get a clip of this, folks.
Is it on time?
You're probably quicker at finding that out than
No,
me,
it's
I think.
not. It's 55 minutes late. That's actually quite good for Gulf Air, to be honest.
I don't know what it is about that retro livery. It just looks great, doesn't it?
I love it. I love the gold tones on
Yeah.
it. Yeah, it looks really smart.
Beautiful.
Maybe they could put something on the engines, maybe. It looks a bit bare, but...
Yeah.
I'll have a word with them.
Yeah, please. So I want to see it.
It's interesting because Gulf Air actually, they used to fly with us, and they disappeared for many years. And of course, it's nice to see them back. And when Terminal 2 opened, they were one of the first airlines in there.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, but they disappeared, and good to see them back.
John Humphrey's asking, Debbie, do you have a favourite airport that you've been to? I love Shanghai and Singapore, St. John.
Ooh, it depends on what you're looking for, but I have to say, if I'm going to say an airfield that's just got about everything you possibly want, it's got to be Istanbul. It's massive. And they even have a little mini runway that they've constructed that is just near one of the hangars that they've actually got for teaching the staff how to report runway surface conditions.
Oh, right, okay.
Wow.
They've got FOD radar in their runways, and they've just got literally everything that you would want. It's an amazing airport. The downside is, and it's the same with a lot of these big airports, if you come in at one end of the airport and you're going out at the other end, it's about 45 minutes. So it's almost like a route march in the military. It really is hard work. It's just so big. And that's the problem you get with these big airports, all of them.
Whereabouts is that on here then, that little runway?
Oh, gosh, hang on. I need to find it.
Wellington Flight Live's in the chat as well.
Hey, welcome. I've got the airport open here.
Well, let me just find it on here, and then I'll be able to find it for you, hopefully.
TAP Air Portugal, just arriving in from Lisbon. And Jet2 fan, how you doing, mate, on Twitch? Hope you're doing well. Chat, I may be doing a flight sim stream on Twitch this evening. So if you want something to watch, heads up.
Which channel?
The Virtual Airliners Live channel. So just search for that on Twitch, Virtual Airliners Live. We'll be potentially doing a flight sim stream tonight, all being well. And Susie, welcome back for 29 months of membership, saying the best aviation community. Thank you so much. If you are enjoying today's stream, guys, support the channel if you can. Hit the dollar symbol, then click membership gifting. That really does help our channel out. And if you're watching on Twitch, don't forget to check if you've got a Twitch Prime available. It may allow you to have a free subscription to the channel, and all of your support goes towards the channel's running costs and keeping these streams free for everybody.
I can't find it.
That's all right.
I'll find it another time and let you have it. You can point it out to everybody. But it's actually took in with one of the hangars. I've got a picture of it, but...
it's not this bit here, is it? That little bit?
No, I don't know. Hang on.
Yeah, weird, isn't it?
It's one of those that would be difficult to find because it's just a painted runway.
Oh, right, okay.
Jen's just mentioned you can't do the flight sim stream until you've helped build the wardrobes.
All right, guys, flight sim stream tomorrow on
next week.
Tony P Gamer, thank you, mate. Welcome back. 33 months of support on Twitch. What a legend. Appreciate you, mate. Yeah, Jen is doing some IKEA hacks at the moment, making a wardrobe out of some Kallax units. So she watches all IKEA hack things on Instagram. You know, like where IKEA release something and then the community kind of makes it into something else. And it's she made some pretty cool stuff, actually. At the old place, we wanted to change the colour of the units, but obviously it was quite expensive to just go out and buy new ones. So she got like this kind of sticky back film that you put on it, and you squeegee it on and it goes on, and it just changed it to like a wood effect, and it come out really, really good. So rather than buying a whole new set of units, I think we spent like 10 quid on this stuff, and it just changed the units. Absolutely bob on.
I'm useless at stuff like that. I've
So
got no patience. I'm just not interested.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the Dreamliner over there, it's the one that they have in every year, and it just does Cancun, doesn't it? Every single day. It's a Swedish registered one.
Yeah, 4,850 miles on that flight. No worries, Heather. Enjoy that gifted membership as well. Shakil, tuning in from Bangladesh. Welcome, Shakil.
Hello.
Hey, Jamie. Glad we caught it, mate. Stuart's just checked into the Radisson Blu top floor airport views.
What,
nice.
At Manchester?
Are you out or in? Are you heading out somewhere on your flight, or?
Somewhere I'd love to stay that, but I think they do charge a fair bit of a premium for them runway views.
I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
In fact, one of the best ones, I think it was the Crown Plaza, where it still is, at Singapore, Changi.
All right.
And they've got some rooms that literally overlook the apron. You just literally look out the window and it's there. Absolutely fantastic. And I stayed there for work, and it was, pig and doodah. Pig and doodah.
David, just saying, could you please ask Debbie about the new visa that the EU is bringing out, please? Do you know anything about that?
I know they're bringing one out, but we don't need it yet, so I haven't really thought about it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I've not heard about
I'll
that.
deal with it when it comes out.
Stop giving my wife ideas for IKEA stuff, saying Andy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think IKEA is a banned phrase on this on this channel because it inspires too many people to take the husbands to IKEA.
Get lost in there forever.
And all you want to do is play with your being a ground controller.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's all I want to do. Sit quietly in the back room and tell virtual planes where to go. Cool, fair Dreamliner lined up for Bahrain. You can see that that hydraulic vent underneath the engine there as well, which usually is a lot more prominent when the engine's at idle. And Waldo, welcome back, returning member. First view as a member from sunny South Africa, waiting for the A380. Thank you, mate.
So whereabouts in South Africa does it say?
It doesn't know. Waldo, whereabouts are you, mate? In South Africa.
Awesome.
And Buffalo, thank you, dude. Gifting a membership that's gone to Trev. Appreciate that, Buffalo. How are you doing, mate? Yeah, Gulf Air. Really nice. I still need to get a picture of that. Need to make more trips to come out and grab pictures. Is that EasyJet? EasyJet, come on, brain. Is that Egypt Dreamliner still on the cards, or?
I'm not sure. Off the top of my head, I can't remember what dates, but I think so, yeah. Is it sometime in September from memory?
Yeah, it's not far away, I don't think.
And I remember it being a Friday as well.
Yeah, they've potentially penciled in some Egypt Dreamliners, which I think will
That'll
look
be good
nice.
to see, actually. I mean, they've done really well at Egypt since they started off, and I think they're really pleased with the, with the routes that they've got and the capacity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the scheme on Egypt Air as well is really well done.
They started with the 737, didn't they?
They did, and then they very quickly upgraded it to the 321neo.
We did wonder whether it would upgrade past the 21neo as well at some point, but they seem to have settled on that 21neo, I think.
Yeah, from memory, I think the next upgrade would be an A330 300, I think, or this Dreamliner that they're sending. So obviously, that capacity jump is quite big.
It is quite huge, but I'm glad they're doing well. Actually, it's nice to see them in there.
Yeah,
I mean, we're doing really well for Middle East type carriers.
We
aren't
do,
we?
yeah,
So
and
many.
Turkish as well. We get so many Turkish flights these days. Waldo saying from Johannesburg, South Africa, where we stole the Rugby World Cup trophy and the UFC middleweight belt.
Right. Oh, Tambo.
Emirates A380 going to cross 23 right. Let's head over to the south runway for departure. And as we said, folks, full day of plane spotting for you today. You are going to see another Emirates A380 departure today on Matt's stream, and he's going to be southside this afternoon. So once we finish here at the runway visitor park, we're going to be seamlessly transitioning over to Matt on the south side to bring you a full afternoon of plane spotting. So clear your diaries today, folks, because we're going to keep you nice and entertained for the rest of the day. LL hasn't returned yet, saying Nigel.
Oh, yeah?
No, you're right.
I don't think it's on the cards. It's quite interesting, the A380, because if the aircraft has to hold short of the runway for a landing aircraft, it takes quite a long time for them to get going because it's so heavy. And of course, you do have an incline there, so many of the pilots just prefer to keep on rolling.
Yeah.
And ATC have to factor that in and potentially increase the gap of arrivals to get that aircraft across.
All right.
Otherwise, inevitably, you end up with a go-around.
Yeah, we were learning, or I was learning last night about kind of flow management and stuff like that with regards to like 1 minute separation or 2 minute separation on certain aircraft and stuff like that, and pushing back aircraft in a certain order dependent on the route out at the airfield, because there's no point. What he was saying is there's no point having 6 aircraft sat down at the hold who are all going in the same direction, because it's just going to reduce the flow out. And
absolutely,
you don't realise how in depth all this stuff gets, because you're just watching the planes and this, that, the other. But the amount of stuff that goes into keeping the aircraft moving at full, the airport moving at full capacity it's just. And I think that's one of the main reasons why I wanted to do this. It's fun to kind of go on and maybe do a bit of controlling, but the amount you learn about how the airfield works and what's going on behind the scenes, it's really, really interesting.
I think one of the most amazing sights I have ever seen in aviation, and it's hard to describe, is when they used to have the Dubai Air Show at Dubai International itself, it's been moved to DWC now, Dubai World Central. So obviously they closed the airport down for several hours in the afternoon, which at an airport like Dubai is just horrendous. And they'd have an Emirates window in the middle of it, so it was amazing. So about 45 minutes before you had this half an hour window where they'd stop the air show, you'd see all these aircraft and the A380s, 777s taxiing out, and they would just stop short of the display box. So each there's a display box that's established for an air show that you can't allow anybody in there because obviously, and they just have these aircraft, and they'd just literally be there. And then the last aircraft would land from the display, and they would come forward, and they were briefed, do all your checks beforehand. I have seen 16 wide bodies of Emirates literally take off in 15 minutes.
That is unbelievable.
And it's,
Wow.
you get the first one, goes, turns left, right, straight ahead, left, right, straight, and it's just absolutely amazing sight. It was better than the air show. It really was.
I just can't imagine Dubai just seeing that huge amount of heavy aircraft just constantly, just one after the other after the other.
You'll never see it again. It was, and I'd actually videoed it, but it didn't do it justice, you know what I mean? And I've got the video somewhere. It's an absolutely amazing sight, and I will never see that again. I think it's probably one of the most amazing things I've seen.
It's crazy, isn't it? Because here at Manchester, we're so lucky with regards to variation, but you are missing that constant heavy action, which I think we used to have when we first started streaming, especially, and now we're kind of blessed a bit more with different aircraft types and stuff like that. But just heavy after heavy after heavy is, I just can't imagine. I don't know. What do you think, chat? Do you think that would make for a better show, or do you think having the variation like we do at Manchester makes the show a bit more interesting? 'Cause I mean, I guess there's only like a wishful thinking here, but there's only so many A380s you can see.
I don't get excited about them anymore, to be honest with you.
I especially do like LA, because I think LA, you still get the 747s, you get the A380s, and you still do get some really nice traffic variation as well over there. I think it's quite nice.
Well, I actually compared the 747 to red squirrels here in the UK, just to explain. The grey squirrel came over from the United States and Canada, and it's driven out the red squirrel, which was the indigenous one here. And so there's just little enclaves of red squirrels in the UK now that are protected. And I think it's the same for the 747s, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're sort of like little areas. And where the one place was at Seoul, absolutely loads of them. It was fantastic to see.
Wow.
It was really great to see them.
I think we need to give you a GoPro, Debbie. I think.
Yeah. Give you a streaming setup.
Trying to get out of it.
Yes, get rid of it. Oh, go. Oh, no.
Oh, we've paused Mayhem. It's got in. Oh, it's gone. He's all right. I prefer the variations, saying David.
I do as well.
Well, I'm going to be doing a landing at St Martin, so I won't be able to get off, I'm afraid. I'm actually going to Port of Spain, which is Trinidad, and I'm going with KLM, and it goes via St Martin. So I am looking forward to that a lot.
Wow, that's going to be nice.
It's a pity I can't get off, but you're not allowed to.
No, I guess...
at least I can do the landing and I can have the experience of it.
Make sure you get a window seat for that one.
I have got a window seat. It's already booked.
Nice.
So will be too warm for the GoPro. Yeah, that's a good point. Anything more than 20 degrees C is pushing it, isn't it?
It's a good job that we live in the UK then, isn't it?
That's it, yes. Yeah.
Andy saying, I remember Narita, when it was a wide-body only airport, smallest aircraft allowed was a 767, saying Andy. And Nick saying, always good to see the 747s. It is. It's strange to think that we're now doing special bonus shows to catch one 747 at Manchester when those Atlas Airs were coming in. And we used to see 4 a day.
Well, I mean, Virgin, of course. And that was really moving when they were retiring their fleet. And all the crews would come in to the park and say goodbye to them. And I had a friend who was a first officer on the Virgin 74. And he actually obviously got laid off because of COVID, and he started driving a train, and he's still driving his train. I think he's happy because he said that he loved the flying experience that you get with the Boeings, in the 74 in particular.
Yeah. A380's on the roll. There we go.
So KLM 737 just vacated there from Amsterdam Schiphol, and flying time of just over 50 minutes. Very, very quick.
And a quick check-in on our inbound Emirates A380 arriving in 82 minutes. So not too far away from us at all.
Where is it at the moment?
It is just flown over Nuremberg.
Oh, right, okay.
Not too far away. Quite like this this new feature, the old overlay, bringing in this flight radar information. We can click any aircraft in the world and it will send to the overlay how far away it is from us, which is quite nice. I'm going to just clear it off like that, and that should disappear in a moment. There it goes.
And as usual, we have the mass exodus from the mound. Now the Emirates has gone.
Yes. Yeah, it's funny to see that, especially the 2 o'clock one.
Yes, that one's always crowded. If ever you need a cup of tea and you need to go to the cafe, go when the Emirates is operating, because everybody is outside.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Just don't go straight after it, though.
No.
That's the worst.
Having a quick look then at our arriving aircraft. Next in, we have the Ryanair in from Bordeaux, and then that's currently being followed in by the Lufthansa A321 arriving in from Frankfurt. A route which I'll definitely be doing shortly with the new Phoenix 21 release.
It's a good idea.
Well, we're doing a trip to Frankfurt of TASS in June of next year.
Oh, there you go, chat. If you're not a member of TASS yet, get yourself signed up. We'll get some links in the chat as well, mods, if we can. To TASS website, go and have a look. And very, very, very reasonably priced as well. Especially if you want to go for, say, the digital membership, where you receive a digital copy of the magazine every month. That just comes into your email, and then you
just
can...
£14.
There you go, £14 for the whole year, guys. I mean, I can only imagine how long it takes to put them magazines together.
Oh, don't tell me. It's my job every month.
I did see someone earlier say, have you got any new route news at Manchester? And I believe in Winged Words there is a monthly issue, isn't there, about some upcoming...
Yeah, route news is updated every month in Winged Words, and so and it just gives the latest information. And as I say, the Winged Words for September is ready to go. We're just waiting for the finalisation of some prices for our USA trip. So we're going to be doing Los Angeles, Las Vegas and Phoenix and everywhere in between next year.
Oh, wow.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah. So we basically hire cars and just drive around. And so say that's the first long haul we've done since before COVID.
And how many people do you usually have going on these trips?
We usually cap it at 20, and we usually sell out quite quickly. If you have more than 20, it makes it quite hard to to basically. It's like herding cats, to be honest with you. Sometimes. I did the first trip I did, and I said to everybody, "Okay, well, we'll all meet at the baggage belt." Now, when I said that, I didn't think I'd have to say to people, "It's the baggage belt where our bags will be on." And we had one guy, and he stopped at the first baggage belt he came to, and we were walking around. It took us ages to find him.
Oh, gosh. Morning, John. How are you doing? No, the Chinook didn't go into Barton. I don't believe. I did keep checking on it. So no, it's not today, unfortunately. Please, can you ask Debbie why some planes are only given a 2-hour turnaround time when they are never able to make the deadline? Surely it would make more sense to increase the turnaround time. Saying Queen of the Pies in the YouTube chat.
Right, okay. Well, the turnaround times are set by the airline. Ryanair, of course, famous for their 25-minute turnaround times. They are able to meet that. It's oftentimes could be problems, maybe the handling agent or whatever, but that is basically an agreement between the airline and the handling agent, and it's for the airline to really monitor that. And I do know there have been some airlines that have changed handling agents because the handling agent they had could not meet the turnaround times that they desired. Not because it was impossible, because for various reasons they couldn't do it. So it's a bit of a political thing, that. But Ryanair manage the 25 minutes. They really do work on that one, and it works for them.
Mm-hmm.
But it's sometimes it's a resource issue. It could be an equipment problem. So there's lots of reasons for it, but there's no reason an aircraft can't make a 2-hour turnaround time.
No, I guess it comes down to lots of factors, even including like ATC in Europe and slots and all sorts of things. They may be able to make the turnaround time, but not have the slot to.
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, there's all sorts of excuses why an aircraft's running late. I'll just tell you a funny story. And this is going back many years, so and the airline I'm naming is no longer in existence, so I don't think it makes much difference. I was duty manager Manchester Airport, so we're talking well over 20 years ago, and it was BMI shuttle to Heathrow, and the pilot came on, and and at the time Peter was my boss, and he was on board the aircraft going down to London. And they came on, and the captain said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I do apologise. We're delayed because of air traffic reasons." So Peter phoned me up and says, "What are the air traffic problems?" I said, "There aren't any. Hang on." So I phoned the tower supervisor in the tower and said, "Why is it?" She said, "There's no delay." So I went back to Peter. Says, "No, it's not an ATC delay. It's a handling agent delay." So apparently then the next thing is ATC went on to the captain and said, "Why are you telling all your passengers it's an ATC delay?"
And he sat there like, how do they know that?
And I think that's really funny. So be careful what you say. You can get caught out.
Oh, gosh. Imagine that.
Bit awkward.
I love that. Yeah.
It's a funny story. But as I say, it's a long time ago, so it doesn't make any difference now.
That's really good. Lufthansa A321 just vacating in from Frankfurt. And Jet2 fan on Twitch just saying, do you think there's any aircraft that kind of changed aviation massively in the time that you've been working? Maybe changed anything majorly? I mean, I guess the A380 had a big effect on airports in terms of taxiways and stuff like that. But was there stuff like that before?
A lot of planning for the A380. But I think the big one now is the fact that the narrow bodies are doing long-haul routes.
Yeah.
I think that's quite a phenomenal one that we see. But certainly the A380, I mean, when we started planning for that, we didn't really have any ideas how big the aircraft was be, because at the time there were 3 in the running for this newer capacity aircraft. There was Boeing, there was Airbus, and there was McDonnell Douglas at the time. So we didn't really know what it was going to be. So with some guesswork. And so taxiway Kilo, which is the one there, that is probably further away from the runway than it needs to be. But at the time we weren't sure of the dimensions, so we erred on the side of caution. Mm-hmm. So that obviously had a big dramatic effect. And then of course, a lot of airports had to work hard to change this infrastructure in the terminal building as well. To convert the stands, which were Code E to Code F. So I think that had quite a dramatic effect. And of course, these days, you've now got the Dreamliners and the 350s, which are pretty efficient and doing the job well. So an aircraft are quieter.
Yeah, much quieter.
A lot. And if you go onto YouTube, there is a video on there. I'm sure it's still there, and it was released by Boeing, and it shows a Boeing 707 taking off, and then it's got the Dreamliner taking off, and it's it's so amazingly different.
I know, and that's something we do talk about on the channel a lot, is aviation seems to be getting smaller in terms of aircraft size and quieter.
Yes.
And I just wonder, is there going to be a point where it's not too much excitement in plane spotting, Well,
I don't think it is as exciting as it used to be, because you used to get so many different aircraft types, and these just tend to be so many 320s, so in 737s, that we see.
Because I don't particularly like seeing narrow bodies on long-haul routes, just from a plane spotter's perspective anyway. And I mean, I guess from a passenger perspective as well, I think kind of going on a long-haul flight, you want to experience the long-haul aircraft, I guess. I don't know, Andy, I guess you've kind of done both, haven't you? You've done the 350 and the 21neo.
Yeah, it's definitely more fun being on a wide body for sure, but I mean, modern cabins, they're so elaborate, aren't they? They've got so much tech on them.
Yeah.
Nice mood lighting and nicely pressurized, and it's quiet. That I don't think it makes a massive difference, but yeah, for sure, I'd definitely opt for a wide body any day.
And Terry just asking, is the airport watch scheme still active?
It certainly is. If you go onto the TAS website, there is a link to the form that you can fill in, and so it's going quite smoothly at the moment. So yes, it's still in use, and I must go and apply for my new pass.
I was going to say, we've still not applied. We've been saying for years, we need to get that sorted. We've never done it.
No, mine expired during COVID, and I never got around to redoing it, and still haven't.
And maybe let the chat know as well, because there'll be people at Manchester, I guess, who might not know what that is.
Basically, it is a scheme that we set up, and we were the first ones to do it, and it's between TAS and the Greater Manchester Police, and we got together and created an airport watch scheme. So basically, you will have an airport pass, which is issued by the airport here, the security at the airport, and basically it identifies you. You've been checked out by the police. So if you are going around and they see you and you have your watch scheme, they know that you're one of the approved people, if you like. And the police's take on it is that they came to speak to us the other day at one of our social evenings, just for 15 minutes or so. And it basically, they say, look, you're our eyes and ears. You know what if something looks wrong or doesn't look right. So basically, please contact us straight away. Let us know. We've got the phone number for them, and basically they use us to as their eyes and ears. And I know that there's other airports in the UK that they've now set up similar schemes.
Yeah, I think it's great, because like I say, the spotters are at Manchester all the time. They're seeing what's going on, and like you say, I guess the people who are here often, it does help with airfield security and stuff like that. So if you are down at the airport often, folks, and you do want to get involved, as we say, head over to the TAS website, get yourself signed up, and I think the police do maybe some background checks or something like that.
Yeah.
And then you get yourself signed up, and it just basically, it doesn't get you any access or anything like that, of course. It's more the case of you're involved and you are just helping to keep the airport nice and safe. And
I mean, sometimes if we have a behind-the-scenes tour, which is what we do, basically these are little tours to a certain extent, like we've done Liverpool Airport, we've done the tower here at Manchester, we've done the fire station at Manchester, we do Barton. And then sometimes you need one of those passes to gain access. But it doesn't give you any specific rights, but it's useful to have.
If you are enjoying the stream today, guys, hit that like button for us as well. It's a great free way of supporting the channel.
So just vacating 23 right is a 321 Neo, just 2 years old, of Pegasus. And of course, this is Sabiha Gökçen, which is the secondary airport in Istanbul, and named after the first female pilot in the Turkish Air Force.
Oh, there you go.
The rubbish that you learn when you're doing commentary.
If there are other airports taking up the scheme, I wonder if there's a case for a national scheme for spotters who tend to travel around. Yeah, probably not a bad idea, Nige.
Could be a good idea.
Yeah.
Thank you all for tuning in today, folks. Welcome in. We've got Debbie with us today by popular demand as well. So if you do have any questions relating to the airfield or airfield operations, get them in the chat. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in today. I hope you're all having a great week so far. Happy Wednesday.
Another Turkish operator on the move as well, Sun Express, taxiing out on a 737.
Hey, and David, thank you so much, mate. Just gifted a membership. Really appreciate that, David. That's gone to Tony Crystals. There you go, Tony. Enjoy that 1 month's membership there, gifted to you by David. Thank you very much, mate. And Engad on Twitch as well. I'm not sure if I thanked you for your Twitch Prime. I really do appreciate that, mate. Thank you very, very much. When did two-engine aircraft start to be allowed to cross the Atlantic? Gosh, that's a question and a half, isn't it?
That's a long time ago.
A while ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, ETOPS, of course, really enabling that.
I mean, before that was 707s and things like that used to cross. Noisy.
Noisy and smoky.
Yeah.
We're really fortunate to see a couple of old videos from Manchester, and it does make you a little bit jealous. You see 747s, TriStars, all sorts.
There was a chap, wasn't there, who sent in a bunch of videos because he said he borrowed a video camera from his college when he was younger.
Yeah.
This must have been like the 90s, I'm going to say, maybe a bit earlier. And he was over by the airport hotel at the time, and man, some of the planes you were seeing there was nuts. Like you said,
crazy,
like so many big, loud, smoky engines, right?
Yeah, it does make you think, especially as an aviation fan.
Yeah.
If only we were born maybe 10 years earlier.
And we all had fancy cameras and stuff.
Yeah, if streaming had come just 10 years earlier, can you
4K
imagine
cameras.
what you would have seen? You could have got Concorde, 747s galore.
It's a real shame that Concorde isn't flying, but I can understand. I mean, you look at Concorde and you think, my gosh, it's some modern technology. You go in to the flight deck and it really is old technology, 1960s technology. Obviously it's a shame, but at least we've got Alpha Charlie here, which is the flagship. So
come and enjoy a full tour of Alpha Charlie. There are various tours available that you can take part in, and if you go all the way up for the Platinum tour, you'll also see the aircraft nose drop, which is iconic for that aircraft, and you can get to do that right here at the Runway Visitor Park.
And at the other extreme, of course, you can just do a quick 20-minute tour, which you get to go on board. You don't get to go on the flight deck on that one, but that's just £6. So it does. And if you do the Platinum, you get a glass of champagne as well.
Oh, there you go.
So,
what tour do you get the bottle?
They don't have one. But they do also do tours of the Nimrod, and I would highly recommend that if you really are into military in particular, because it's still got a lot of the military equipment on from when it was a submarine hunter. And it's the volunteer engineering team done loads of work and brought a lot of the systems to life in there. So that is really quite a fascinating one and something a bit different.
Yeah, and I'd say, to be honest, I think here at the RVP, probably inadvertently, the Nimrod kind of gets overshadowed by the Concorde with regards to tours and stuff like that. But both me and Andy have been really fortunate to go on board that aircraft and get shown around when it's been powered on and stuff like that. And it's a great aircraft to go on. It's really cool. Don't get me wrong, Concorde's amazing, guys, but if you get the chance to go and do one of the Nimrod tours at the RVP, we'd really recommend it, because it's great. We had really good fun on there. We were chatting with some of the engineering team and stuff like that, and they were doing some work. They were in the flight deck at one point as well, and me and Andy were really, really fortunate.
And also, if we do... If we don't have enough volunteers, if we do have an event on in the park, then the VET will open up the Nimrod and you can just go and have a look around. So and that's really worth it. So if you fancy a trip, and just check when our next event is on. I think it's the 25th, and it's a military event. So I'm not sure whether they'll be open, but we will put it on the website and Facebook page if they are.
Yeah. And Jen asking quite a good question with regards to Concorde. What was the purpose of the nose drop? So it was basically because of the length of the nose on Concorde, you can't see where you're taxiing. So they drop the nose so that you get a clearer view out in front of the aircraft when you're moving around on the ground. And then once you've taken off, it moves up in stages, because at that point you're following instruments and stuff like that anyway. And the same when you're coming into land as well, so the nose will drop for landing so that you can see the runway where you're coming in. And that's, I guess, what was the procedure? Was there ever a procedure where if the nose failed to drop on landing? I guess that would be interesting, wouldn't it?
I don't think it ever happened, to be honest with you.
It never happened?
No.
Oh, there you go then. Proper engineering.
It's crazy how long that nose was, though. You can imagine why, with the speed that's going. It needs to cleave its way through, supersonic air, right? How resistant it got was crazy.
No, it's actually amazing. I mean, when it was quite interesting because the aircraft, British Airways did a tour around all of the airports in the UK where it was the Concorde operated, and Alpha Golf was the one that came here, and I remember it took off, and I thought that's the last thing, and there was just a handful of us knew that would not be the last Concorde here at Manchester.
Oh yeah.
And of course Alpha Charlie then came in, and we were given a day's notice for its arrival.
Wow.
Which is pretty good.
Yeah, it's great to have Alpha Charlie here at the park, and I would say one of the best preserved Concordes going, and like I say, with the access you get to it as well. Just now they've opened up at the RVP, just being able to walk through past Concorde as well. You can just go and see it and maybe get your picture in front of it and stuff like that.
If you want to know a story of how we got Alpha Charlie here at Manchester, if you go onto the TAS website, There was a page on there that's just devoted to how we actually got that, written by Peter Hampson, of course, who was the person responsible for getting Concorde into the RVP.
Yeah, highly recommend that, guys. It is a really, really cool story, really wholesome story of how the Concorde got to be at Manchester. And for those who don't know, it wasn't always in the hangar either. It was actually on like a little painted runway at the RVP for a while, outside, and then eventually it was put in to the hangar where it sits now as well. But just taxiing out, the nose you can just see there's a Singapore A350-900 out to Houston. And Jen says, that's why I like a car with a short bonnet.
That's a good point.
They're dropping the Houston service next year, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
It's a shame. So they'll just be doing Singapore, Manchester.
Yeah, another US route gone.
Yeah.
That's true, actually.
Just crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. Which is odd, because I don't think that route's particularly that empty as well. And I'm sure a lot of people use that ultra long, journey, don't they, all the way from Singapore to Houston. So, just interesting.
Yeah, it's a shame.
But it is quite nice at Manchester seeing the two of them. It's like a bus service, isn't it? You see the two cross over here. Sometimes two of them landing at the same, one after the other.
No, it is quite nice. But I think we had two over on the south side at the same time the other day.
Nice.
They've managed to time them together really well recently.
They have.
It seems to like come in behind each other all the time, which is really cool. Ringway Fan Club saying BAC 111s, VC 10s and TriStars were great fun. Hugely responsible for my deafness today, saying Fan Club. And Sam Lamb saying, do you remember the soot on the DC 9 and 727 tails as well?
Oh,
I wish.
Yeah.
Did just see a question about Nimrod as well, which just flown off
Flew
my
to
screen.
the Falklands on a TriStar.
Really?
XBA one, yeah. The Royal Air Force used to have them.
Must be a long flight, that.
Yeah, well, just stop at Ascension Islands.
Yeah.
It was quite interesting because they could do basically, when they got from Ascension to the Falklands, they could do one missed approach, and if they didn't make it, they'd have to fly all the way back to Ascension.
Oh, wow.
Long diversion.
Yeah.
Marcel asking if I want to visit the RVP flying in, can I walk from the terminal to the RVP? You can, but it is a decent walk, mate. I'd say at least 20 minutes walk.
Longer.
Probably longer.
Longer.
I guess Matt Smith does it in about 20 minutes, but he's mad.
He
It
stomps
would take me
it.
longer anyway.
Yeah.
So I'd probably recommend either jumping in a quick Uber or I don't know the bus service doesn't really run regularly to here. So
Not from the airport.
I'd recommend getting an Uber, mate, if you can.
Yeah, I know the RVP's website has info about getting to the visitor park, and things like the Manchester Airport train station is mentioned on there, which is obviously very close to the terminals.
And of course, if you do arrive on foot or by taxi, it's free of charge. You don't have to pay to get in.
Yeah.
You only pay for car parking, so say if you arrive on foot or by bike, you're free.
There you go. David saying, great days in the 70s and 80s at Manchester. Much smoke and noise. And Tracy D, welcome back. 17 months of membership. Really do appreciate that, Tracy. Thank you very, very much.
We've got one of those little lulls now, haven't we, where it goes all quiet.
We do, yeah. I wonder what causes that, because it's something
There's
that
no
we see.
aeroplanes.
Well, yeah,
Sorry,
that'd
I'm
be it, wouldn't it? Got a mute button for you somewhere on here. But we do see it fairly regularly at Manchester on our shows. I don't know if we're just streaming at the wrong time, but there does seem to be like a lull, and then everything kind of comes out in a wave again.
Yeah, it's usually somewhere like 11, half 11. It usually picks up for a brief amount of time. You usually get like Hainan and Aer Lingus UK, Virgin as well, moving around then.
You get the morning peak, obviously, don't you? Everything's going out. Then you get a little peak at lunchtime, and then you get an evening peak.
Yeah.
But it's obviously you've got dual runway operations all day during the week, from I think it's 6:15, is it, until about 2000 hours local.
Yeah. That early morning peak though with the low costers is mad. It's so many passengers coming through at once.
Well, you know what? I hate those early morning flights, and I've got a 5:55 coming up on Sunday out to Caleb, and it's like you have to get up so early in the morning. I hate it. I really do.
I think from when we used to stream back in the day, I always remember Saturday afternoon was a no-go. There's a huge lull on Saturday afternoon. I don't know why, if that's still the case or not, but I always remember there was like a couple of hours it was dead.
No, it's fine. It's not. You don't get that. But because I mean, obviously we do commentary on the Saturday, so we know it's a lot better. But when we started doing commentary after COVID, it was really fun. We used to have about 5 aircraft, and how we used to talk. How we managed to fill the gaps, I don't know, but it was talked about everything and anything.
Yeah, we had the same when it was foggy here at Manchester. We just turned up and luckily we had flight radar open, and we were just going to say, and that noise you can hear is this aircraft, and you couldn't see it. But people talk about that show as well, which is crazy.
Well, I did commentary on a day like that, and I just vaguely saw the shape of a few aircraft on the taxiway. I didn't see any aircraft on the runway at all, and I could have said the NCC 1701D is the next aircraft to land, which is the Starship Enterprise, of course, and you wouldn't have been any the wiser.
It was crazy, isn't it? Because when it gets foggy at Manchester, you can't even see past the fence line here, guys, at the RVP sometimes. It's pretty crazy. Hey, Zito, welcome back for 9 months, mate. It's been fun. Hey, nice one, dude. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very, very much for tuning in. And Endeavour saying that Singapore is my favourite airline. Yeah, I think the 350s do look really good.
In fact, try doing a runway inspection in the fog. That's interesting. And you have to do it against the flow of traffic, because when they've got the brightness turned up of the lights on the runway, if you get on the runway, you cannot see them. You could drive into an aeroplane, you wouldn't see it because it's so bright.
Wow.
And
yeah, because there's different stages of brightness, isn't there, on the runway lights?
And basically, apparently they turned the lights up here on a normal day. They're just showing somebody in the tower, and they turned up to maximum brightness, and aircraft were picking up the runway lights at Manchester on the east coast, over by the Wash.
Wow.
So it really is absolutely blinding.
Cheers, Ian. Yeah, I'll let Debbie know, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, the route news is not. I don't believe it's on the website. I believe it's on.
No, it's not. It's in the magazine.
Yeah, so if you're looking on the website, that might just be an old article.
It's not on the website anymore.
And EasyJet just arriving in from Amsterdam, operating the A320neo. Flight time was just 56 minutes. I wonder how much of that was taxiing. Let's have a look. Oh, they've done quite well today, actually. They're off on the centre runway, so runway 24.
Oh, nice.
So quite a nice easy taxi for the EasyJet today.
I have to say, when you land on that outer runway, and if you're on a KLM aircraft, they really do get a wiggle on. They actually really taxi very, very fast.
Yeah. I think we spoke last time you were on, didn't we, about there's no actual speed limit set by the airport in terms of aircraft taxiing speed, which surprised me, actually. I thought there would be.
Well, if you set a speed limit, how would you monitor it?
Well,
how would you police it?
Speed cameras? Average speed
flash, hey!
I got you!
I don't know, I just would have thought it'd be something that, I mean, aviation is so heavily regulated anyway. You think it would fall to the airlines to self-regulate?
Well, the airlines do self-regulate, but I mean, like, Ryanair does taxi faster, and they're known to be taxi faster because, of course, their turnarounds are so short.
Yeah.
So they will, But I believe that there are some airlines that the pilots are paid once the brakes are off and things like that. So they may take the brakes off and they'll taxi slowly because they're being paid for the length of time. So you may see that sort of thing happening.
Hey, Sam, thank you so much, dude. Gifting a membership to the community, putting on 16 brand new VIPs today. Thanks, all your gifted memberships do help cover the costs of our channel. If you are enjoying our stream today, you can support us by clicking the dollar symbol and clicking membership gifting, just like Sam has done there. Thank you very, very much, dude. And Keith just saying, Debbie, was Concorde towed to its original outdoor position across the grass, or was a temporary surface laid down for it?
Right, I remember it well. We put metal trackway down and obviously took the fence down, and it was towed across the metal trackway. We managed to, the RJX, we just towed across the grass because it'd been really, really dry. But of course, Concorde, it's like a woman in a pair of stilettos. It's just going to go straight in. So we put the metal trackway down. And it was quite interesting because obviously everything had to backtrack and it took longer than expected. So it was single runway operations at the time, so there were quite a lot of delays. And I said to the guys who put the trackway, I said, just leave it, we'll get the flow going and then we'll remove the trackway. But you can start removing the trackway at the top. Mm-hmm. The next thing I look at, they're right next to the taxiway, which we just opened, taking up the trackway. And of course, your aircraft there, so I basically ran down and the trackway that they'd actually been working on was right next to the taxiway and they'd unsecured it. So, of course, that could be subject to jet blast. And I remember running down, and of course, because I was landside, I didn't have my high vis on, I didn't have a radio, and I just ran into the taxiway and then put my hands up like that, which means stop, and stood in the taxiway like that. And I just, because there was an Air France just there, and I thought, I don't want it going over there, it's dangerous, you know? So I just stood there and I'm screaming to it, get me a radio! And finally it turned off and went onto the runway. Somebody gave me a radio and we got rid of the trackway and then we reopened the taxiway. But yes.
Wasn't best pleased.
Not best pleased.
Wow, very nice.
Nice colour scheme, actually.
24/7 Aviation, or 247 Aviation, PC-12NG. Just arriving in from Newquay. Flight time of 1 hour, 8 minutes. A very, very nice scheme. Yay or nay in the chat for this one? I'd definitely a yay from me.
Oh, I like that. It's nice that, because that's the problem though, is biz jets, they're all white, aren't they? It's just white, and I love it when they paint, I know it's not a jet, but it's it's nice when they actually mark them up nice. Oh, should have my camera.
Myself and Andy were fortunate enough to get on board a PC-12 NGX at Barton. A month or two ago. Orion's Aviation brought one of theirs in as like a demo for some customers and stuff, and we got a tour around, and it was very, very nice on board, very, very comfy.
They are smart, aren't they?
And you don't get the sense of scale of those aircraft when you're just watching them here at Manchester, but when you're up close with them, they're great, really, really cool.
Well, that's the one nice thing about the Dubai Air Show is I used to get to go on board these nice biz jets and sitting on a Gulfstream. I've never flown on one, but I've sat on one. Yeah. The other half live. And I love the windows on them. I think they're just really fantastic, and I'd love to get a trip on one of those.
They are amazing. I love the big long wings as well on them. They're amazing,
gorgeous.
Aren't they? Your iPad's going to die, so if you take that,
okay,
that should charge it up for you.
Cheers.
Air France hop embryo on the departure back out to Paris, Charles de Gaulle. No, that's the right one.
No, it's not. It's different.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't matter. If it dies, I've got my phone.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Let me have a look at that.
It doesn't believe me.
I don't. It does look like.
Is it the lightning or the USB-C?
Oh, maybe you're on a lightning connection, yeah. Oh, well, they all look the same. There you go. I believe you now.
Thank you so much.
That's right.
Apple being Apple.
That's it.
Well, they use the new connector now, don't they?
Yeah, USB-C now. They've been told to do it by the European Union, haven't they?
Oh, right.
So rather than just giving you a USB-C, I think they've put lightning at the end of the connector now and the USB-C at the unit.
It's really annoying, isn't it? Because you have all these connectors, like cables, and then they're no good anymore.
Yeah, I think they're trying to standardise USB-C across devices now so that it stops wastage on chargers and stuff like that. And obviously a lot of new devices, mobile phones especially now, don't ship with a charger these days because they want you to just keep using the ones you've got, which I guess makes sense.
I remember seeing a post that said, how can the most profitable company in the world not make a charger that lasts? You have to keep buying new ones.
Yeah.
It's like, well, that's probably why they're the most profitable company in the world.
That's one way of looking at it. Well, BA shuttle on approach there. 319.
Oh, nice.
So, of course, that's feeding the long-haul route out of Heathrow. It's a shame because they've still got a lot of their routes to the Caribbean, this British Airways, out of Gatwick. And, of course, how do you get to Gatwick?
Yeah, they did briefly try a shuttle down to Gatwick, didn't they?
Well, they used to have one years and years ago, and then they stopped it. It briefly made a reappearance after COVID and then disappeared again.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you have to get a train or drive, or you can get the shuttle to Heathrow and then a bus from Heathrow to Gatwick, but it's awkward.
It's not fun, is it?
No.
I think I remember someone who worked at BA was telling me that it was the Islamabad route when they moved that from Gatwick back to Heathrow. that's kind of like the camel that broke the, the straw that
Oh,
broke the
right,
camel's back.
okay.
Do you know what's happening at all with PIA at the minute? Because I heard that they were they recertified now? And
I don't know, because I asked the question to somebody the other day who said I don't know, because they were allegedly going to make a comeback, but I'm not sure whether it's gone that smoothly.
Yeah, 'cause we had that A340 penciled in as well to operate flights on behalf of them, and then that's all those slots have disappeared now as well.
I mean, Turkish Airlines code share with PIA, so they're carrying a lot of people to go to Pakistan, actually via Istanbul.
Yeah, I've heard that, yeah. It's one of the reasons why they're so popular, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Beautiful A319. Engines nearly as long as the aircraft. The IAE engines on board.
On the Phoenix, does that have engine options, or is it just...
Yeah, you got both IAE and CFM, yeah.
Nice.
Which is great. Love it.
I remember Captain Mark saying he loves the A319.
Yeah, I think I can see why, to be honest. Like I said, just flying it in the sim. When they announced that they were going to release both the A319 and the A321 as a package, I remember saying to the boys, I was like, I'm only really going to fly the 21. I don't really care too much for the 19.
And you like it more now?
I love it more now.
Why?
And,
what is it about it that makes it different?
I don't know. It's just nicer to... Well, I'm talking strictly from a sim point of view here, but it's just nicer to fly, and it's got a lot of power. And I did a flat free landing into Manchester with it, and I don't know. I just really liked it. It just flew really, really nicely. And then I got in the 21. I don't know. It just didn't have that same. It's just a bit sluggish, and it moved a bit. It just moved a bit slower and everything like that. I think the A319 just got something about it, and also you've got the vibe of the BEA retro scheme as well, which we jumped on. We first flight, of course, had to be the Heathrow shuttle run in the retro. And I really, really enjoyed it. I'm going to be probably flying it again tonight on stream. I think will be good. But I do have penciled in the Lufthansa Frankfurt run as well in the 21 Star Alliance scheme potentially. But I don't know. I'll give the 21 another flight. I know they are working, or the community is working on both a Thomas Cook and a Monarch livery pack. For that aircraft as well. Amir, listen, if you're watching, if you ever release a 21 and a 19 again without Thomas Cook and Monarch liveries, me and you are going to have words, sunshine. I'm not very happy about that. Nearly sent you a very strongly worded email.
Yeah.
But apparently they are on the way, and really looking forward to doing some Monarch call signs and some Thomas Cook call signs on online. But I was chatting to the guy who was doing my training last night, and they say that London especially, and Manchester as well, has seen a huge influx in traffic due to the A319 21 release, just because everyone's just flying around on shuttles now, just giving the new aircraft a go, which is great. So hopefully we'll get a nice busy Manchester. And I think we are expecting a new Manchester scenery as well to come soon, and this is public knowledge now. I don't know if we've told you, Debbie, but there's a company doing a brand new Manchester scenery for the simulator, and they've actually had airside access. They've gone and done scans and photos of the airfield. They've also done the RVP, and both me and Andy and Matt are getting 3D scanned, and we're getting put in the scenery, so you'll be able to see the tower and the scenery. So we'll see if we can put a couple of people upstairs as well, and this tower will be in the scenery, which is
maybe a lady with light hair up there as well.
Yeah, we'll have
nice
a word.
Glasses.
So you're going to be able to wave at Airliners live when you fly into Manchester, guys, when the new scenery releases.
That'd be so cool. It'd be cool to see what pilots see, from the other side.
Yeah. Well, I'm really excited for that, and big thanks to Mako Sim for offering that to us. It really is an honour.
That's great.
I've been flying the sim for many, many years, and man, it's that's weird. That's I don't know. That for me is one of the highlights. I think getting in a scenery.
So have you flown that A318?
In an old sim, not in the modern sim, no. But the A318 obviously has the the steep approach capability as well.
It does indeed, 5.5 degrees into city, but of course they don't do that anymore.
Yeah.
In fact, here you go. It's got a better power-to-weight ratio than Concorde.
Oh,
Whoa,
right.
okay.
Really?
Yep.
Did not know that.
Yeah. That's cool.
So, I mean, you know, there's this little island off the west coast of Africa, St. Helena. It's going to be one of the most, like deserted islands. Well, it's not deserted, but remote islands. And the way you normally get in there was through with South African, through South African Airways or South African Express Regional, whatever it's called. And when they had COVID, of course, they didn't fly, and the only way you could get in was from the UK. And they were flying 757s and the old BA 318 because they're the only ones that had the power and the long range to do it.
Wow. Did not know that. See, and that's why we get Debbie on the show, guys. All this information that we all learn something, I think, when Debbie's on.
Share it at the dinner table tonight.
That's it. Did you know? But yeah, I think A318 would be cool. You really don't see that many of them.
Well, they never made that many of them. I mean, BA had 2 of them, didn't they, for that the New York route? So they used to take off, go to Shannon, I think, to refuel, and then go across the pond, and it was straight back into city. And that stopped during COVID and never restarted, which is a real shame.
Yeah, I think that was one on the bucket list, that flight.
Yeah. Although really, I mean, it would have been expensive because it was all business class, the whole thing. And, to go out of city, I think it was a very expensive way to get to New York, to be honest.
I think it was definitely like a plane spotter route, wasn't it, that one? That's EasyJet just starting a 2,500 mile flight out to Sharm el Sheikh, a brand new A320 Neo from April this year.
Oh, nice.
And just pinging up, we also have the Virgin Atlantic A330 out to Orlando.
Yeah, just push back.
There's the A319 from British Airways getting unloaded there. We'll just have a quick look at the arriving aircraft then. Next to arrive with us in from Toronto is the Air Transat A330. Quite nice to see that today. Operating the route in from Toronto. And having a quick look at our Emirates A380 arrival.
Here. It's just across the coast of north of Ostend, so it's over the North Sea at the moment. And it will be with us it's saying 40 minutes.
There you go. Not long to wait for that. And as we said earlier on, folks, today is a marathon show. So once we finish here, once we get the A380 in here at Manchester, we're going to be handing you over to Southside, where Mr. Matt Smith is going to be setting up, folks. So looking after you for the afternoon, Matt will be bringing you a few hours of departures as well. So clear your afternoons, guys, because we've got a full day of plane spotting here for you on Airliners Live. I really hope you do enjoy this marathon show. It is the first one we've ever done. And it'd be great for you guys to tune in and enjoy those.
Yeah, we'll try and see if we can see Matt as he sets up. I think that'd be quite funny, that.
Yeah, let me... I need to keep an eye on our conversations as well. Where is he... I assume he's heading up. What time is he heading over there for? He said setting off now at 20
is he
to 11.
going to be opposite the where they take off?
Yeah, we'll be on Southside over there, yeah, so...
the problem with that, the bushes are growing more and more over
They are,
there.
yeah. And it's National Trust land, isn't it?
No, I don't think that bit is.
That bit's not?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, I must admit, when I was down there taking a bit of video, it's about a week or so ago, it's quite difficult to get that view down the runway these days. And
got to know where to stand, haven't you?
After a certain channel looked after it once, I definitely won't be following in his footsteps.
Is the Air Transat? Toronto?
When's the Debbie emote coming to the YouTube channel? We've got me, John, we've got Andy, and also Matt Smith. I need to get a Debbie emote on the channel as well. We need more slots. I think we've used all of our emote slots at the moment.
We have.
Need to try and unlock some more.
Nice to see Air Transat using the wide body. They've been using this quite often, actually. But like we spoke about earlier, they too like to use the narrow bodies on the long-haul flights.
They've been mixing it around, though, haven't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, 21 Neo and this, isn't it?
Yeah. And of course, the Emirates A380 as well, due within the next hour as well. It's going to be nice to see the king of the skies, they say. Landed at Manchester, one of 3. And hopefully Matt will catch the departure of that later as well, if it's not too late. Although me and Martin, we live quite close to the airport. We hear it departing. And usually quite late at night you'll hear it. It's always a fair bit after it's meant to be departing, should we say.
Apparently there is a beluga overhead, but it's clouded over for us now, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's good to see the factory reopened over at Airbus Broughton. I think they recently had a summer shutdown, didn't they? So we didn't see much beluga activity.
But it's because the French, I think in August, don't they, just shut down completely?
Right, yeah. Has to follow on from that, I assume.
Adrian just saying thanks very much for grabbing the Air Transats. His wife and son are on board.
Hey,
there you go, mate.
Nice.
Give them a wave. There they are, arriving back in safely to Manchester Airport. Arriving in after a flight time of 5 hours 54 minutes from Toronto. This aircraft's 18 years old, from 2006. Hi Gil, how you doing, mate?
Of course, a couple of weeks ago, we were on at night. We were on single run operations on 2-3 left, 0-5 right. As they were doing some maintenance work on the current runway in front of us. So I think they schedule a slot in for about 3-4 nights every month that they may or may not use. And the sort of maintenance they'll be doing will be they do friction testing. So obviously they have to test the friction characteristics of the runway to make sure the braking action is okay. And of course they'll have to do rubber removal. Manchester normally do it about twice a year to keep that in good condition, which removes all the bits of rubber that the aircraft leave behind.
Yeah, it's really interesting because you do see that, like I say, fairly regularly where they are landing on the south runway. And you do always wonder, like, oh, are they fixing something, doing something? But no, they're actually just maintaining most of the time.
Yeah.
It's interesting because at Dubai, because of course you've got the heat, the hot temperatures, the large aircraft, and in the summertime they actually are rubber removing on a weekly basis.
Wow.
Because they get so many deposits, and a lot of the Middle East airports, they have their own rubber removal vehicles, which are very expensive. In the UK, all the airports hire them in.
Right.
It uses high pressure water jets to remove the rubber deposits.
Oh, is that how they do it?
Yeah. You can use chemical methods, but obviously they're not as efficient and not as good. But there are certain airports around the world that have to use chemical methods because they don't have access to the high pressure water jet, machines.
Yeah, and I guess scraping isn't an option with the material underneath.
My iPad has now died, so it's over to phone.
Over to phone now.
Yeah.
This EasyJet just crossing over, heading out to Geneva. That approach really looking nice in the sim at the moment. I think they've updated all of the ground scenery and auto-gen around there, so that's a beautiful approach in the sim. If any of you guys are maybe looking for a flight to do today, I've done that flight about 3 times in the last month just because of how nice that approach is, and well worth a visit.
Nice.
Well, every time I'm in the sim, the one thing you can guarantee is a crash.
Yeah, it's
usually because I'm laughing so much.
There's one in. Have you heard about the one that's in Media City?
No.
There's a A320 simulator over there, but it's full motion. So actually, it's lifted on hydraulics, like what you'd get with like proper pilot training centers and stuff. And you can actually go in there like just as a non-pilot and have a go, and it is so surreal. When the plane rotates, you feel like you're actually flying. It's so weird.
great.
Yeah.
Well, they're the ones I've been in, actually. They are pretty cool.
Yeah.
I remember doing was a DC-10 sim actually, and I was sitting in the first officer seat, and a colleague was sitting in the left-hand seat, and we did an auto land in Cat 3 conditions, and the basically couldn't see anything, and the instructor said to us, just sit there and it'll land itself. So we did. We just sat there, and as we were just sitting there smiling at each other happily, and the sim instructor shouted, "For God's sake, brake!" And we just so we did and run off the end. And he said, why didn't you brake? But you just sort of told us to sit there and not do anything.
Don't touch.
That's why I'm not a pilot.
Chris saying, I've done that twice in Media City, and I've landed in Kai Tak. It was amazing.
Wow.
Yeah, they've
that
really
would be
got
really
a nice setup in there. Definitely worth a visit, chat.
Really smart.
And I know you said back in the day, Debbie, we get this right now, I'll get a clip round here. Fighter control is what you used to do. You never fancy civilian controlling? Did that never really come into it?
No, not really. I was just wanted to get into the airport side of things, really.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, air traffic control isn't the same as fighter control anyway.
No.
Because fighter control is the intercept side of it, and air traffic control, of course, you're keeping the aircraft away from each other.
Yeah.
So and even if you're an air traffic controller in the military, you have to completely retrain to be a civil air traffic controller.
Yeah, I think that'd be quite a cool job, wouldn't it? Be sending aircraft up for intercepts and stuff like that. That's pretty cool.
In fact, most of my time was actually RAF Larbrook in Germany as an ops officer, which was quite an interesting job.
Wow.
And what did that entail then?
Basically, launching the aircraft to go and bomb people.
Oh,
Wow.
that's a bit more in depth, that one, isn't it?
What kind of aircraft was it that you had based there at the time?
At the time, we had 3 squadrons of Tornadoes and 1 squadron of Jaguars, and then the Jaguars were recce, the Tornadoes were dual capable, so strike attack, and then they changed the recce they converted them over to Tornadoes as well.
Yeah, Tornado, a really iconic aircraft, and I was really fortunate to catch one of those going through the Mach Loop just before they got retired. We were actually leaving, me and Jen, and we were walking down the hill on CAD. I said, I can hear something coming. She's like, come on, you imagine it, we've been sat up there all day. Like, oh, come on, just 1 second, I swear I can hear something. And then a tornado just went right over the top of us. It was
nuts.
It's
amazing, isn't it? I mean, I've not been there for ages, but the thing is, you never know what's going to come through or what's going to happen, and you can have a day where you sit there and get nothing, or you get quite a few things. And I remember all sat there, and of course somebody would shout, "Incoming!"
Yeah.
And everybody stands up, and there was a guy shout, "Incoming!" We all stood up, it was a crow.
Yeah.
You just seen a black dot.
Well, I remember when one of my first visits up there, actually, we took a tent up there. Jen, bless her, came up there with me as well, and Jen loves reading, so Jen's quite happy to come different places as long as she's got a book with her and stuff. So we took the tent up, and to be honest, I'd never really put a tent up in my life, and I was dead obviously like struggling to put it up. So one of the gents came over and he says, "Oh, do you want a hand?" And he put this tent up, and we were sat in there. I was having a chat with him, and he said, "Does anything look odd to you up here?" And I said, No, not particularly. He says, "None of the rocks or anything like that?" He says, what do you think about that rock? I said, I don't know, it's just a rock, innit? Go and touch it. And go and knock on it, he said. Went over, knocked on it, and it's a beacon in there.
Oh, right.
And it's got a rock covering over it, and it's really, really realistic. And it's covering some nav aid. Anyway, I can't remember exactly what nav aid it is. But yeah, if you're ever up on CAD, guys, there is quite a big, sizable rock there. That, if you knock it, it's made of like plastic or composite or something like that. It's hollow.
That. Wow.
So yeah, it's quite interesting. But it definitely caught me by surprise. I'm sure plenty of other people have probably been up there many a times without knowing. But just the view up there is something else. Never mind. And I always check up on YouTube, and there's a YouTube video on there the other day of the Americans going through 3 times in an F-35 3-ship.
Wow.
And you just think, wow, just that once would be cool for me. Never mind coming around doing a loop 3 times. It's just insane.
I mean, they're obviously having a great time and enjoying themselves as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's great. Really, really cool. And one thing I've never seen go through there, which I think could be on my list, would be one of the Hercs going through.
I
or the
was very
A400s.
lucky. I've seen a Charlie 130 go through there. It's pretty good.
Wow.
Something else, isn't it? But when me and Jen were in Scotland, we were out in a rowing boat, and the A400 just buzzed over the top of us down a lake. And I got a video of it because I sent it to the guys, and I was stood up in this boat trying not to fall in, trying to like wobble this, and Jen's there giving the boat a rock, and I'm like, "Stop it! Trying to film this." The A400 goes right over the top.
Talk about noisy.
Oh yeah, yeah. The low level stuff is something else.
So let's build a military aircraft for covert operations that's so noisy you can hear it miles
That's
away.
it, yeah.
Yeah. KC-135 looped yesterday. Really?
Wow.
That's
Wow.
insane.
It's like when you're sat at home and you hear them really loud props go over, don't you?
Yeah, it's always the 130s.
Cruise
We hear it
altitude.
most nights. 130s
Yeah.
come either past from Prestwick down into Germany.
And the other one as well that I was here is the Antonov 12s. Sometimes you get one of those like
Yeah.
and they're really distinctive, and you can hear them over everything else.
Yeah, really loud.
So there was the A330 off to Orlando that just there from Virgin Atlantic.
Vacating in front of us, the Icelanders just arrived in Bluetail today.
There's rumours that Virgin will start using the A330 Neos at Manchester towards the end of this year as well.
Oh, right.
I can imagine that'll be the replacement for the A330 300s that they have left, because they are getting on a bit now.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see some more A330 Neos. I know Kuwait were bringing them in every now and again, and I really like them. I think they're great.
Very nice looking, aren't they?
And
Wings are nice.
they've passed by the 350s in terms of economy and stuff like that as well. So they're outperforming all of the modern aircraft. So I think from a company perspective as well, they're definitely a really good purchase.
Well, of course, the one that will be missing soon is the 757s of Jet 2,
Oh, yeah.
which is a shame. But apparently I've seen a photo of the 321 in the red and silver livery.
Yes, there is
Which is
one.
great.
Yeah, we saw the tail and we were like,
Yeah.
right, here we go, we're in business now.
Yep.
That's good.
But apparently, if a 757 goes down to, say, the Canary Islands, it'll be 18 tonnes of fuel. And if you do it with the 321 Neo, it's just 11 tonnes of fuel.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, that is a phenomenal saving, isn't it, really?
It
So you
is,
can
yeah.
understand why they're getting rid of them. It's a shame because they're beautiful aeroplanes, the 75s.
They are.
Yeah, is a 7.5 really the kind of last of the iconics, I think, left with us at
Yeah.
Manchester,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, we had the 76s as well that have recently gone.
Well, there are no passenger operating 76s based in the UK now.
That's sad.
Yep.
I think they do. Every now and again, we do hear that the 7.5s have just been holding on for a little bit longer. Different rumours coming out
Yeah.
about some checks and keeping them for a bit longer and stuff. But yeah, we're going to definitely make the most of those while we've got them at Manchester. And I think at Manchester we're pretty fortunate with the amount of 7.5s we see. Jet 2 looking after us there, of course.
Superb performance, though, from the 75s. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
They're lovely to fly on as well as a passenger. Really smooth ride, well pressurised.
But this is the nice thing in the US. They still got a lot of them. They're still flying them, and that. And they're refurbed. And I've been on a 757, with flatbeds and things like that on them. It's really great.
Wow.
But unfortunately, we don't tend to get them. They're just mostly charter now here.
Intercity, it's something we've spoke about a bit on the channel, and the problem is it's not just a case of, can we not just put new engines on the 7.5? It's the full manufacturing process. They just don't have that anymore, that infrastructure anymore at Boeing. So it's not like a case you can just start it back up again. It would be so expensive. And obviously a lot of the equipment used to make them is no longer available apparently as well. So yeah, that's not really an option. But I know we were discussing on the Sunday show about the potential for a new engine option for the A380, which is still a big rumour, but you never know. You keep your fingers crossed, but Emirates are certainly begging for it, I think.
Emirates want it because, if you think about it, the whole business case is based around moving large quantities of passengers, which they can't do on the other, not to that extent. So, but they've actually shut down all of the lines on, Toulouse and that. So I can't see them actually reopening because they won't be making enough of them to make it feasible.
Yeah.
So Logan Embraer 145 that just vacated, now going into T3 from and that was from Newquay. Although, according to flight radar, it's actually over there at the moment, on the south side.
Oh, well, of course, just landed. I think this is the last remaining Aer Lingus ATR in the green colour scheme. EI5 FAV.
I really like these. The all green.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of these all white liveries that seem to be all the rage these days.
I remember when they had the 757s, and they looked really good in this scheme.
Wait for the noise.
And Francis saying Qantas are selling their last 767. It's in storage at the moment in Alice Springs. Yeah, they slowly leaving us those aircraft. But talking to 757s, just pushed back for Heraklion.
Yep.
A Alpha Kilo.
Should
be on the move soon.
76 pretty much just had a direct replacement in it in the Dreamliner, which is what you're seeing with the TUI, for example. But with the 75, there wasn't really, was there? Like in Boeing's fleet, anyway.
No, I think they were kind of scouting the Max 10 to fill that gap, but I don't really see that link. But obviously you got the A321 long range and the Neo obviously, and they're working on the XLR as well.
Yeah.
And I did see a really interesting video on Flight Radar's YouTube channel yesterday as well, where they did an 11-hour flight in one of those A321s up to Iceland and back as a testing flight.
Oh, right.
They were mainly testing like the onboard systems, entertainment systems for long haul, as well as the navigational systems, because when you're flying up in that part of the world, it changes from gosh, I can't remember, is it John will know, but it's you're basically, is it working with track? John, I can't remember. John will know, but there's different systems, and the aircraft will automatically switch over to that if the pilot doesn't do it and stuff like that, which is really cool. But yeah, another great video. Go and check it out, guys, on the Flight Radar 24 YouTube channel. But you'll have to wait for this evening though, because we're live all afternoon for you today here on Airliners Live.
So what do you think about Qantas and these non-stop Australia to London? Do you fancy that? Was it 24 hours?
I don't think it would be something I would ever wish to do in my life, but I can certainly see why it exists. But I don't know. Yeah, I can see why they're doing it. I don't necessarily know if it's the healthiest thing to do, just sitting down for that period of time.
Such a massive journey, isn't it, to get to Australia, across 2 legs or 3 legs in some cases.
I thought you said lakes for a minute there. No, it's called oceans, actually.
Quite big lakes. Big puddles between us.
Yeah.
Is there a chap at TAS who's doing Australia soon? I can't remember who was talking about it, saying it's across 3 legs each way or something crazy.
Oh, yeah, it's... He's going to Perth, and he's in the World Disco Championships. He's representing Great Britain.
The World Disco Champ? We can't gloss over that one.
Not disco as in dancing. It's disco as in disc throw. These.
Oh, right. I thought we were going to have a bit of a night fever or something.
A bit of Fiji's.
And he's having to pay for the flights himself, so he's actually been finding the cheapest way. So I think he's going to Zurich, Singapore, and then Singapore, Perth.
Wow, it's a long
And he's got
trip.
several hours. He's got 1 hour in Zurich, so he'll be lucky if he makes it. And then he's got several hours at Singapore or something. He says, "Well, I'll do some spotting. I don't mind." So.
And this is something that we see every now and again. These air ambulance bizjet vehicles. I mean, what would be the story behind something like that? Because is it repatriating people?
It's basically if you've been injured and you can't fly on an ordinary aircraft, then you can get that. If it's safe to do so, of course, they'll put you in an air ambulance and bring you back.
Wow.
And
So essentially,
that's why you need insurance.
Yeah, so that's like I assume there'd be like just a lie down bed in there or something.
Yeah,
then.
and there'll be medical staff on board as well.
Wow. Not to probably not the best way to get on board a BizJet, but
No.
it's certainly impressive to see them operating in and out.
I guess it's not the worst way to come home, though, or not the worst plane to be on, anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say, you probably don't know you're on it, I assume, if you're being transported in one of those.
I think just be glad to get home.
Yeah, I think so.
There's also Sydney to New York as well. Wow.
Oh, no, I'm all right.
That's insane.
How long's that one, Francis? That is a long, long flight.
Yeah.
Well, I just did 13 and a quarter hours from Seoul to Amsterdam. And, you sort of have something to eat, go to sleep, wake up, watch a movie, go to sleep, wake up, watch another movie.
What airline was it?
KLM.
Was it nice, was it? I've heard KLM's good for long haul.
Yeah. Well, I've been using them an awful lot recently, so I've got my platinum status with them, which is really good.
Oh, wow.
Oh, nice.
Because it means that I can book my seats for free, so I don't have to pay for them. So I've secured my St Martin three-seater window seat. But also, even if you like just going to Amsterdam in economy or anything like that, you can use the lounge and take somebody in with you, which is nice.
Yeah, and I guess with the amount of travelling that you're doing as well, you've probably kind of learnt a few tricks of the trade in terms of the most efficient way to travel and making the most of, making travelling work for you, essentially. And I guess miles come into that, air miles and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, because, they're going to take care of you. So, they guarantee seats. So it's, if you can get that. I mean, when I was living in Dubai, I had platinum with Emirates, of course. But I've not flown with them for some time. Purely because of it's just looking at where you're going and looking at cost. But I've been flying to Riyadh a lot with KLM. But they kind of do quite an interesting one. They do these like round robins. So like when you go to Port of Spain, you go Amsterdam, St Martin, Port of Spain, back to KLM, back to Amsterdam. And they do the same in Riyadh. You go Amsterdam, Riyadh, then to Dammam, and then on to back to Amsterdam. So you see that quite a lot. They do these like round flights.
Have you done the Manchester flight to Riyadh yet?
No, because they don't fly there.
Do you not?
No, they fly to Jeddah.
Oh, of course, yeah, they do, yeah.
But there's so many flights between Jeddah and Riyadh. It's just they've even got 330s on the route. It's just non-stop. But I think they're going to daily, aren't they? So it may be something to have a look at because before they weren't flying on the Friday, which was no good for us at all because we needed to get back.
Ryanair just vacating in from Faro. 2 hour 47 minutes on that flight.
TBS Cars is in the chat. Hello to you. Good to see you on Sunday. He made a little quick trip down to the RVP to see the event.
Oh, you came down, did you? Hey, nice one, mate. Yeah, all the supercar event and the one Suzuki that managed to work its way in. I'm not sure how. Flight 242, thank you very much for the 3 months of support on Twitch. Really do appreciate that. If you're enjoying today's show, guys, you can support the channel by clicking the dollar symbol, then clicking membership gifting. We can't do these shows without your support, so thank you for everyone who has helped us out today.
I am loving seeing these events back on at the RVP, with it being summer. I know the start of summer wasn't so great. I think one or two of them got postponed, didn't they? Just down to weather.
Yeah, we had the blue light event. We have all the emergency vehicles, new and old, and we couldn't park them. So we had a moat, didn't we, around the commentary box? You had to paddle to get here.
Yeah.
So we just couldn't do it, but it's actually okay now. It's dried up quite well.
TBS Cars, thank you, mate. Gifting 5 memberships to the community. Really appreciate that, TBS. Thank you, dude. Going to Phil Alchester, Brian Rogers, Alan Robinson and Linda Davies all receiving gifting memberships there. Thank you, mate.
And you said there's a military show on this weekend, did you say?
On the 25th this weekend, yeah. It's military vehicles, and we've got a 1940s Singer as well that will be here.
Nice.
So come along to that. And so you just pay for your car parking. it's free entry if you're on foot, but you just pay for your parking if you brought a car. So just having a look at the A380, it's unusually coming in over the central England. It usually comes in over the Wash. So it's just northeast of Birmingham at the moment. In the descent, just 19,000 feet. So it will be with us in about 20 minutes.
There we go. Not too far away. And behind the scenes, I'm just checking in with Mr. Smith as well. We'll start preparing to get his feed in when he's ready.
What if we can see him yet? Let's have a look.
Yeah, his unit's not online yet.
Yeah.
But we'll see if we can spot him.
He'll be.
Is he on the main mound? Is he today or?
I think so. So he'll be.
There he is. Yep, there he is setting up. I think. Yeah, just underneath the winglet. I think that's a Smithy, is it?
Looks a bit like someone with a tripod.
Yeah, that's Smithy. That.
Yeah.
There he is, getting set up on Southside for you guys. What a legend. Let's get some Matt Cam emotes in the chat, who's opted to come down and extend today's show by bringing you a departures special as well. So how it's going to work, folks, we've not done one of these before, so bear with us. But the plan is we're going to go offline at the RVP here when the A380 arrives. What will happen is your screens will probably go black for about a minute or two, folks. So don't leave the stream. Stay exactly where you are. The stream will go black for 1 or 2 minutes while we just swap things over. And then it should be straight over to Matt. And if all of you guys can stay with him, we'd really appreciate that, because this is the first time we're doing one of these marathon shows. And if you guys love them, if they do really well, then we can certainly look at doing more of them, guys. So, yeah, stick around for a departures special with Matt this afternoon.
Yeah, feel free to share the stream when he goes live as well and get some more people in here to tune in. I mean, still plenty of you guys watching anyway, so
yeah,
do appreciate that.
1,400 viewers on YouTube at the moment. And how about you then, Debbie, as well? We got a bit of time. Obviously, thank you very, very much for coming on again.
My pleasure. I enjoyed it.
What have you got coming up in the works? Anything interesting? Any new places or any old places that you're looking forward to getting back to?
I've got Curacao, of course, which is this weekend, which I'm really looking forward to. I've not been there before. Going back to Port of Spain, which it's nice. They're so friendly in Trinidad, so I'm looking forward to that, seeing the old faces there. And, of course, I've got quite a few riads coming up. And one of the things I do every year is I actually go to RAF Wittering, and the engineers, Royal Engineers are based there from the Army, and I brief them, and we do some work on civilian regulations, because they find themselves more and more preparing for the RAF to go into civil airports. So I go and teach them every year.
Oh, that's really cool.
Nice.
Yeah, that's great. Mm-hmm. Teach them about Manchester if you want. Send them in here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So
we'll have a bit of that.
So that's in October. So and that's my week away. And so I normally stay in Stamford, which is a lovely old town, and so that's really nice. So stay in a pub, enjoy that.
Hey, wow, that sounds great. Lining up heading out to the south side, then we have the Singapore bound Singapore A350, and that's going to be starting a 6,800 mile flight on the way out. And we also have the Jet2 A330 air tanker lease for Dalaman also on the move as well. I think Debbie should be on the show at least once a month, says Ken. Oh. We can't afford her, Ken.
I'm afraid between now and the end of the year, I think my next week off is in October.
There we go.
This, so it's just crazy.
Yeah, no, I think people do enjoy having you.
We'll enjoy it as well. So thank you very much, everybody.
And if you do have any final questions, folks, to get in the chat to ask Debbie, send them in now, because, as I say, once this A380 arrives, we'll be starting the process to send you over to Matt, because I know he's really looking forward to bringing you guys the departure rush this afternoon. So feel free to get those questions in before we finish today, or at least before we finish on this side, anyway. And next to arrive in from Rios is a Smart Lynx aircraft. Nothing too special, so I think we'll stick with the south side movements for now. Seb's enjoying seeing all the heavies out of Barcelona, where he's staying at the moment, currently on holiday.
Oh, he's still away, is he?
Yeah, I think he's away till Friday.
Yeah. Man, Barcelona's... I didn't realise he was going there. He put a picture of the Sagrada Familia. Man, what a building that is.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, so pretty.
I've not been to Barcelona.
You've not been?
No.
Oh, really nice.
Fabulous.
They do like an open top bus tour as well, which takes you
yeah.
around all the Gaudi sites and stuff.
They're always good, those open top bus tours. I think they're great.
Yeah, and what's nice is you can kind of like get off and on them as well, so you can just jump on and off. It's really cool. Drew with a quite a good question as well before we finish today, just saying, hi Debbie, how complex was it to build Runway 2, especially with the land and construction? I saw 2 houses and roads had to be removed. Would love to hear more about that project.
Oh gosh, okay. Well, we started looking at it, and we actually did a lot of simulations on movement rates and putting the runway in various different locations, which took a lot of time. And this particular was chosen because it was the most environmentally friendly. But there were 2 listed buildings that had to be removed, and they've been constructed elsewhere. They had to take the roof off one of the houses over there because it penetrated the obstacle limitation surfaces. And also they had to build 2 bat barns and they had to move the bats out of one of the old farm buildings and move them in. And how do you remove bats from one place to the other? Well, you pick up their guano out of the building, move it to the new one, and hopefully they'll follow the smell.
Wow. Right, okay.
So we also employed, I think it was 18 newt catchers. Because the great crested newt is endangered in Europe. The problem is they're as common as muck here in the northwest of England. So we employed, all of the ponds that were removed, you had to replace them with 2 ponds, and they had to catch the newts and then remove them and put them in the new ponds that we've built.
Was you involved? Did you catch any newts?
I didn't catch any newts, no. I was doing the boring bits, like writing procedures.
How do you catch a newt? You wiggle your toe in the pond?
Well, you know when you see the polythene where they're doing construction, these little plastic things along the roads.
Yeah.
They're newt catchers.
Oh, right, okay.
So they have like little plastic things that the newts fall into, and then somebody goes and picks them up the next day, and then they move them.
Oh, there you go.
So it was quite interesting, and they had, of course, they built a railway line to bring in all of the materials so they wouldn't actually go on the public roads. And the main ones I thought was amazing was, of course, the Bollin River goes underneath the runway, and we weren't allowed to put a culvert in because they wanted something that looked nice. So they had to build that massive tunnel, which you can actually drive through.
Yeah.
Which is why that's there. And of course, that's why they don't have the parallel taxiway there, because it was the expense of building it across the river was so great. But it's quite an interesting one. So it was, and then I think it was about a year late coming online because we had a lot of wet weather. Not unusual for the northwest of England. So it was quite waterlogged. But it was an interesting project, and just getting it certified and everything. The CAA were there, had lots of meetings with them. So we used to have to go down to London on a regular basis to meet up with the CAA.
Oh, it's really interesting. I think, and looking back at the project, obviously, many years on now, do you think the decision not to go with the taxiway would have been something that would have really helped the airport in the long run, or do you think it just wasn't?
I don't think it's justifiable. I mean, the problem that we have is that if runway 1 is blocked, closed, or whatever, for whatever reason, only going to runway 2, you haven't got the movement rate. We only get about 20 movements an hour because of backtracking. But how many times do we do that? Have we had to do that? So few. It's not the expense is not justifiable.
Yeah.
So I think that what they've done. I mean, they've got a big loop down at the end. You can put about 3 aircraft in there. So if they do single runway ups, you've probably seen them on there. They literally will bunch them, send 6 off, and then land 4 or 6, and then land 4 or 6. So I don't think it's justifiable.
Sandra with a comment that we've definitely had before, and I think this could be like an alternate career path for you, Debbie, here. Saying Debbie's voice is so calm and she should record audiobooks.
Oh, right.
There you go. So if you ever get bored of flying about, or maybe when you are flying about, just record an audiobook in the cruise and make yourself a bit of cash there.
With a bit of plane ambience in the background.
Yeah, that's it. 10 out of 10.
And then the bing bong, put the seatbelts on.
Yeah. Hey, David, how you doing, mate? Francis saying, I thought I'd heard the voice before. Yes, Debbie has been on a show before, yeah.
Yeah, and sometimes you hear her in the background as well. I think on Sunday, just gone, you were on the commentary, I believe. Was that Sunday or the Sunday before? I can't remember.
I think it could be Sunday. I can't remember either.
Yeah.
It was only last week.
Yes.
But it wasn't Sunday. I was out for Sunday lunch on Sunday. It was Saturday I was on.
Yeah. So you would have heard in the background on some of our shows as well. Here at the RVP on the commentary system.
Oh, there's the air tanker going out. We flew out on the air tanker, TAS did, when we had our trip to Palma, and it was actually quite comfortable.
Mm.
The air tankers, of course, the Royal Air Force, they are used for troop movements, and they're also used for air-to-air refuelling. They don't need all of them, so of course they lease them out. So Jet2 usually have a couple of them in the summer time. The crew on board, it's of course the flight deck crew are air tanker, they're not Jet2, but the cabin crew are Jet2.
Yeah, I think for average Joe, I don't think they'd probably notice the difference. Of course, the plane's configured a bit different. The usual 737s and whatnot. It's much wider in it. It's got, is it a 242 on this?
Yeah, it's 242, yeah.
Yeah, configuration. But I'm sure they still managed to fit as many passengers as possible on board.
Yeah, I mean, just going to Palma, it was quite comfortable, and I've not been on one before, so it's nice to go on one.
We went to, I think it was Palma as well last year. We came back on that World to Fly A330 that we had.
Yeah.
That was nice because it didn't have the Jet2 seats. It had the World to Fly seating as well.
Right.
And they're like kind of meant for long haul. Again, all economy configuration, but it was a nice upgrade. But
where's that message gone? Tina just saying who actually employs Debbie. Debbie works for herself for airport consulting business.
Airport Solutions.
There you go.
Yep.
Debbie's boss.
Yeah.
But we're often contracted to Airports Council International. We do a lot of work with them, and they're known as the voice of the world's airports. And in fact, most of you who are flying through an airport, about 96% of the passengers in the world, the airports you fly through are ACI members. So it's a massive organisation, and they do a lot of training and things. So I do a lot of work with them, developing courses and giving things like that.
Nice.
And they're based in Montreal, because of course Montreal is the centre of aviation. ICAO, the International Civil Aviation Organisation, are based there. IFALPA, with the Pilots Association, are based there. IATA, the Airline Association, is also based there. So it really is the centre of aviation.
And is there anything in the works that's particularly, getting people's attention, or is it all kind of business as usual at the minute?
Well, yeah, a massive change is coming in the next few years. It's quite technical, so I'll try and keep it simple. All airports are surrounded by what's called obstacle limitation surfaces. At Manchester, they go out to 15 kilometres from the airport. And so if you are, for example, if you apply for an extension to your house, depending on where you are, the airport will have to give permission for that to go ahead. So any developments and those obstacle limitation surfaces are being completely and utterly changed. They were put together in probably the 1950s, 60s, and they don't make sense now today with a modern aircraft. They were designed for like DC-3s and things like that. And, life has changed so much. So there's a massive change coming there. It's probably the biggest change we've seen in years. But of course, as well in the UK, they're reviewing all the airspace anyway. So the airports are reviewing their airspace. So the routes into and out of the airport are being looked at.
Is that free space routes and stuff like that, is it?
And that's in the upper airspace as well. Because, of course, if you're taking off, for example, like Singapore there, just ahead is a village called Mobley and a town called Knutsford. So only small aircraft are allowed to do an early left turn over Mobley. And then everything else has to do a kink around Knutsford. And, of course, that means you've got aircraft on the same routing for longer. And that means you have to increase the separation. So it looks like they'll probably be maybe changing that as well going forward. But of course, aircraft are higher much earlier than they used to be because their aircraft performance is so much better. So you're not subjecting people to significantly more noise because the aircraft are higher.
That's Singapore just rolling out now as well. We can see Matt Smith is on Southside. His unit is online as well.
Nice.
And I think the Emirates A380 is number 2 to land if my goggles are working right today.
Amazing.
It certainly is. It's just ahead of it is an EasyJet from Palma de Mallorca, and then you've got the Emirates A380.
Philip is saying, I never get any work done because of these airport streams. Thank you very much for tuning in today. Really appreciate that. And we also had a gifted sub from David. Thank you very much, mate. That's gone to John Scott. Thank you very much, David, for your gifted membership today.
I assume the stream key has been adjusted.
Yes, so I've adjusted his settings, so it should just be a click and go.
Sound?
I'm just curious as to how long we need to drop the connection for him to pick it up. Do you reckon there'll be like a crossover there? I'm not sure.
I don't know. Find out.
So just to remind you folks again, there will be a black screen on the stream for maybe a minute or two, folks. So do as you normally do, just keep everybody entertained in the chat or go make a quick cup of tea. You don't need to leave the stream. You don't need to go back to YouTube. Just stay exactly where you are, and Matt will just appear on your screens as if by magic as soon as I can. And we'll be switching right over to Matt as soon as we've got the A380 on to stand here as well. But let's get some love in the chat, some 10 out of 10s in the chat for Debbie today coming on. Really enjoyed having you on, having a good chat as well, Debbie. Good to catch up.
Thank you.
And Anne and Tom also gifting a membership. Thank you very much, guys. Right at the end of our section of the show today, going to Harry T. Thank you very, very much. Appreciate that.
Yeah, it's been really good. It's nice having a guest on the Wednesday show, of course. It's a little bit quieter at the airport, but also the Sunday show is usually quite busy in regards to having the extra camera on it, the three of us as well. So, yeah, it's been really good.
And Paula said, it's been really interesting listening to you, Debbie. Thank you. I'm planning on working in aviation industry once I move back to Canada.
Right, okay.
Good luck with that. That'll be great.
Yeah, great industry to work in. I know it's quite often not the most sociable in terms of having a social life outside of it. And I've heard that apparently there's some jobs being advertised for Doncaster as well.
Interesting.
Really?
Yeah, allegedly, yeah. So I don't think directly, but there's a lot of inklings about it. Would be interesting to see where that goes. Because isn't the council have signed a lease from Peel Group to re-establish it as an airport?
I had heard that they were trying to. I didn't know they'd been successful, but I think if they have, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
So here comes the A380. It amazes me how popular it still is, to be honest with you. I mean, you know, it's a nice day today, it's summer holidays, and there's loads of families here, you know, with the kids waiting for the aircraft to land.
Yeah.
There's lots of people on the mound. I mean, the weekends obviously even more so, but it amazes me. It still pulls people in. But then again, it's amazing, the tours of Concorde, even now, the Platinum and the Classic tours, they're nearly always full.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And, you know, it's been here, well, over 20 years. It was the 20th anniversary last year. And it's still doing well.
There it is. Touching down after 7 hours, 8 minutes. And it's A380, 10-year-old aircraft from July 2014. Just touching down here on runway 23 right.
You'll notice as well that there's only reverse thrust on the inner engines. On the outer engines, they don't have reverse thrust. And it's twofold. A, it's expensive, but B, it was designed to operate off 45-metre wide runways, and of course the outer engines are over the grass. Hence why you only have the reverse thrust on the inner engines there.
And one thing we do see every now and again, it's kind of a bit of a funny one on Airliners Live, is even when the weather's like this and it's beautiful, we see the snow plough vehicles out, and it's usually kind of following around the when grass cutting and things like that's been done.
Sweepers.
So yeah, that's what they're being used for. I did wonder whether the big ploughs on the front acted like a little bit of a wind thing to blow the grass away, but I'm not quite sure.
I don't think they're using the ploughs on the front.
But they're multi-purpose vehicles then, I would assume.
Well, I don't think they're actually meant to be used as sweepers, but I mean the airport is using them, and why not? You know, if you've got that resource there.
Yeah. Yeah, you do see them kicking about a fair bit. Like I say, it's usually when there's been grass cutting taking place, I think.
I was at Riga over the winter, last winter, and they have snow, and they really do know how to snow clear. They're absolutely fantastic at it, and they've got this one vehicle, and it's it's a snow plow. It's also will actually sort of like snow blower and everything, but also it will anti-ice at the same time,
Right.
and it will actually remember where it's anti-ice. So it will actually turn off the anti-icing if it's already anti-iced that area, and then turn it back on automatically. It's all computer operated.
Wow, that's clever, isn't it? Like
Yeah.
GPS tracking and stuff. That's really good.
I mean, that's expensive, but I mean, they have so much snow that it's worth it.
Yeah, you need the best
Yeah.
quality equipment then, don't you? If you don't want to be bringing the airport to a standstill.
Well, there's one year I was there, and they have like because they have so much snow, they have like snow areas where they actually dump the snow dumps, and they just let it melt naturally, and it was still melting in May. That's how much they had.
Yikes. I know Neras is bracing himself because in the winter he puts his belly boat away and he goes ice fishing on his streams.
God.
And I only found his streams this summer, so I'm sure you're not, but I'm really looking forward to seeing your winter content, mate. I think that's going to be really interesting, getting in the old snow vehicle and going out doing a bit of ice fishing.
The PC-12 that we saw at land earlier, that's over on the far side now, just about to depart off 23 left. It's on its way to Belfast International.
Linda saying, I love the Platinum Tour. It was excellent, well worth the cost, and not expensive either.
Glad you enjoyed it. Of course, all the tour guides are actually employed by TAS, as well as we run the shop as well. So we have more staff here than the airport does.
Yeah. TAS really an integral part of the RVP, and it's great to be involved as well in some little way here at the RVP as well. Of course, it is down to TAS and Peter's legacy as well that Airliners Live is in this tower and able to stream from you here in this position. So do show some love to TAS guys, either with that signing up to be a member or coming down and enjoying the events that are put on here at the RVP.
Yeah, pretty active on social media as well. Over on Facebook, I believe.
Yeah, we've got a Facebook page, and we post basically people send in photos, and then we post the photos on our Facebook page. Also on the website, but obviously more go on the Facebook page.
Yeah, so if you do come down the airport, you take any content, drop TAS an email with your picture in it. It may get featured on their socials, or if you're really lucky, it may get in magazine as well.
Yeah.
And the Emirates A380 just about to make the left-hand turn onto stand 12. I am curious with obviously people expecting the A380s not to get any future development and stuff like that. We've seen more A380 stands at Manchester. It does make me slightly curious as to what the airport thinks may be coming down the pipeline, or whether we're expecting maybe a couple of A380s at once.
Basically, the only stand they've got is stand 12. That's a contact stand pier. So, and the problem with stand 12 is stand pier B, and that's a 1960s pier. I mean, if they don't knock it down soon, it'll be. I think it'll be a listed building. So they really, and obviously the problem is if they do have like two A380s on the ground, it could be a diversion or it could be a late Emirates. It causes a problem. So I think they're just building a couple of stands. So they've got that. Yeah. And so they'll basically have two contact stands then.
There it is, just pulling onto stand 12. Crew standing by to put the wheel chocks in and the cones around the aircraft. They'll be waiting for the pilot to signify that those engines have been shut down, and then they'll be getting to work on getting that aircraft turned around, and you guys will be able to see this aircraft depart in a couple of hours as Matt Smith is now over on Southside, guys. So I'm going to begin the process of switching over to Matt, but before I do, say again a massive thank you very, very much for Debbie coming on. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Enjoyed it. Hope to join you again soon.
I'm sure you will do, and well done to Andy as well upstairs on the roof, bringing you today's camera views. And there he is, Mr. Matt Cam Smith. He's standing by over there.
He's
so, folks, I'm going to leave you with this main camera view. But as I say, in a moment, the screen will go black. The sound will go off. Do not panic. Don't leave. Stay exactly where you are. And Matt should appear with you in a moment. Go and show him some love. Get some support in there. And Matt should be looking after you for the rest of the afternoon. So from us here at the RVP, thank you very much.
Bye.
Cheers for tuning in. And Andy's already gone. There he is. Look, as if by magic, he's disappeared. Look, he's already in the cafe, I think. Take it easy, guys, and I'll see you in a moment over with Smithy.
Bye.
It's just gone 12 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second half of the Midweek Madness show. Show now beginning over on Southside with myself, Matt Cam. Hope you're all okay. Hope you've all just enjoyed them awesome few hours with Martin, Andy, and of course the incredibly knowledgeable Debbie over at the Runway Visitor Park there. And I hope you can stick around and catch it all. Well, we've still got a few nice heavy departures. One or two nice heavy arrivals as well. Of course, the 380s to go back out as well, guys. So, be awesome if you could stick around. I do appreciate you've all just spent a good few hours with the lads and Debbie. So, totally understandable if some of you have got to get away. But it'd be great if the majority of you could stick around. Thank you so much. Cheers to the 5-5 mods, thank you very much. Seamless as though it didn't happen, eh? First departure is going to be this British Airways shuttle service on the return leg down to London Heathrow. Can also see Aer Lingus 330 being pushed back just off the remote stand. I can only presume that's the aircraft they're going to be using for the JFK flight, taking off in the next couple of hours. But again, everyone, thank you so much for sticking around. I'm here for the next few hours, as I say, capturing the next heavy departures. Start with mix it up a little bit today for you. Do a bit of a midweek marathon. How you doing, John? Hey, Peter H. Yeah, totally agree. See you, Roy. Hey, Paula. I've spoke to some of you already today during the live show, so hello again. RVP Cafe, Andy. Not at the moment, Derek. I don't want to jinx it. The low costers on the way over. Got this Ryanair. Aircraft's going to be heading down to the Canary Islands, down to Lanzarote. See the EasyJet there in the engine run-up bay, being put through its paces. Also got the Qatar 350, only just over half an hour away now, ladies and gentlemen, so another lovely heavy on the way in. And of course the usual suspects, Sun Express, EasyJets, Ryanair's on the way in. Also got the Emerald Air Lingus ATR 72600 making its way over to Southside now. Over a bit of prop action on the way. And this ATR is going to be on the return leg to Dublin over in Ireland. Should be over here within the next few minutes. course, got the Transat 330 over there as well, yet to depart. And of course the mighty A380, which you may have just caught, some of you may have just caught on the previous live. As you can see there, the huge turnaround operation of the biggest passenger aircraft in the world has commenced. Normally it takes around 2 hours minimum to turn this giant aircraft around, this 380. So a great touchdown as well from what I saw over here. Hey, and a huge thank you to Super Modius himself, Chester Mike, dropping one Airlines Live giftie into the show. Thank you so much, Mike. And huge thanks to all the mods who are carrying on throughout the day with myself, so really is appreciated. Thank you so much, guys. Do appreciate everyone's time is valuable, so thanks to the mods for sticking around. And if we are ruining your day at work, we do apologise. Hey, my pleasure, Ben. Yeah, I might not be available this coming weekend, so I'm definitely doing a show Friday. But I'm down south this coming weekend, so might be a bit of a mix-up on the forthcoming Sunday show. Keep your eye on the notifications, guys. Head to the subscribe button on the Airlines Live homepage and click your notifications to all to keep up with all the live action. Yeah, and I just reiterate how awesome it was to have Debbie on the previous live action over at the RVP with the lads. As I say, incredibly knowledgeable people over there at the RVP, and those guys are there from Friday from 10, Saturday also, and Sunday as well, relaying information to you, to the masses that attend the RVP over the weekend. And it was great to hear Debbie on the show again. Austrian just arriving. As you can see, some scattered clouds around today. is a bit breezy over here on the south side, as you may be able to hear on the audio, but hopefully that's not causing too many issues for your audio. Austrian, of course, arriving from Vienna. Just turn the mic around so you can take a little bit of this EasyJet, as I say, in the engine run-up bay. Another Ryanair on the way over here to Southside. Of course, on dual runway operations. 23 left for all the departing traffic, and 23 right for all the arrivals. Hotel Golf on the registration of this Ryanair, and it's going to be heading down to Faro. "19 years old, this airframe. About to undertake the 1,160 mile journey as the Scandinavian touches down. Scandinavian in from Oslo. Now the Ryanair is about to line up. EasyJet arriving in from Murcia. Also got the Logan Air. CRJ on the way over. Virgin Atlantic A330 making its way over, ladies and gentlemen, very soon. Aircraft heading out as flight Victor Sierra 109 to Atlanta. So not too long for our first heavy departure from this runway closest to us. 2-3 left. Also the Hainan 330 on the way over, ladies and gentlemen, very soon. Don't be going anywhere. And also the Pegasus Neo going to be making its way on the return leg to Istanbul. There's Victor Sierra 109 for Atlanta. Also got an EasyJet on the way over here. EasyJet A319 looks like it's going to get out first. Aircraft heading to Venice. There's the Pegasus for Istanbul. And following that is the Hainan 330. There he is. Nice steady taxi. In fact, the 330 could get out first, the Virgin Atlantic. Yep, looks like it's going to be the flight to Atlanta that's going to depart before the EasyJet for Venice. Then we'll probably get the Pegasus and then the Hainan out of here. track that all the way to Atlanta. Somebody get the Pegasus out now, ladies and gentlemen. Before the Hainan goes out.
Yeah, I got the Hainan.
Hainan about to line up. Martin's just joined me for a few minutes over on Southside. Make sure everything's going well.
Stretch my legs.
Just on about the hill up to this main mound, the line-up mound on Southside. That is a good test for your fitness, that mount, that hill.
I remember trying to run up that. I think I only got a quarter of the way up.
Ryanair on the departure road. Get the Ryanair rotating, then we'll switch the mic round for the beautiful Hainan, or the noisy Hainan, what we're hoping. Ryanair gets out.
Yeah, exactly, Paul. Got to work off that dad bod somehow.
Andy said he was going to get something from the cafe, I think.
He changed his mind, I think.
Didn't bother.
He's going Greg's.
Hainan, of course, on its way on the return leg to Beijing. One of the longest flights out of Manchester. And one of the noisiest departures, we're hoping. Next heavy arrival, the Qatar 350, is now only just over 15 minutes out, ladies and gentlemen. So don't be going anywhere. More awesome heavy action to come. You're up.
Decent that, wasn't it?
All the way to Beijing.
Long flight that, isn't it? Got broken clouds at 3,800 feet and then another cloud layer at 4,900. So
You know, track this one most of the way out though, here.
yeah, I was going to say you'd imagine it to be well past that now. I think it's broken clouds though, so
Yeah, scattered.
the actual full cloud base is quite a bit higher by the looks of it.
Just going into the cloud base there now.
We'd expect it to be at least 6,000 feet by now, I would have thought.
Awesome.
Oh no, 4,200 actually.
Okay. All right.
So yeah, about spot on there with the info.
Just have a quick natter.
Ah, so there's an EasyJet in the run-up
Yeah,
base.
there's an
Was there a
EasyJet,
Jet
just-
2 in there when you arrived?
Did a
or-
Jet 2? I saw a Jet 2 in there last night because I was watching the street, watching Iraq last night, and I did see a Jet 2 7.3 in there. So,
Right.
but they weren't actually putting it through its paces. There was I think they might have been there just for a parking purpose. The Jet 2, so. But the EasyJet's been doing some serious run-ups in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, high-pitched run-ups. So. Great show though today. Great show with Debbie.
Really good show. It was great to have her on again.
Always get great feedback for them shows.
She knows so much, like just keeping the show rolling and people asking the sort of more in-depth questions as well, which is great.
Yeah.
Let's say people always love having her on. I think we'll get her on again maybe before the end of the year.
People pestering for once a month.
Mate, imagine.
Imagine she could fit you in on her time.
You can't have too much of a good thing, chap.
No, that's right. I agree with that. EasyJet just arriving in. Pegasus arrived prior to that as well. I'm not even saying the R word. Don't even say the R word while you're over here, because I never say it. Don't say it.
I won't say it, no. I can feel it, but I won't say it.
Don't say it.
I'm not saying it, but someone says it's raining in the Philippines.
You've done
Might
it.
be here soon.
You've done it now. Jinxed it. Game over. Progress it was. Something on our socials, on the... I think it might have been on the Facebook, Airlines Live community Facebook page. And it's Paul Proggers put like something from Thailand on the other night. And good grief, they're going through some serious like monsoon, like actual monsoon rain.
Yeah.
Like.
I wonder if we're on this.
Someone commented like, "Oh, this is mild. This is mild for Manchester. That's just a minor shower for Manchester." That.
I was saying to Andy as we were packing up, just wondering if this is kind of like the turn now. You know, we always tend to know with the streaming when we're just starting to lean into the autumn. You know,
just see the EasyJet being towed out of the run-up bay now, whatever data they required or. Was, like I say, it was being put through its paces, this aircraft. May just place it on a remote now and get the results of the engine run up prior to it being put back into service. So some people have asked what's happening this weekend. Because obviously I'm away, Andy might be away, so...
so there may be no show on Sunday, but we are looking at potentially a longer show on the Friday.
Ah, okay.
So I know you usually start 10, half 10,
Correct,
something like that.
Yeah.
So we're thinking at the moment, and we'll announce this officially when we can, but we're thinking to get to the RVP for when it opens.
Okay. This Friday, Coming Friday,
and get live. Obviously, you usually stream from the RVP.
Correct.
So it'll just be a seamless takeover, I think.
Absolutely.
Gets an extra couple of hours on the show.
Yeah.
And also, I think we're expecting some pretty gnarly winds
There is supposed to
to
be some
peak
decent
around
winds.
10 o'clock.
Yeah.
So me and Andy may grab the first few hours of that, hand over to you.
Absolutely. Sounds good. Ryanair on the way over here now. Come to the next departure.
Ryanair Max as well.
Yep.
Don't get bored of seeing them. I do quite like the Maxes.
That forward profile of them
Just looks mint, doesn't it?
Yeah. Spot on. We'll get this aircraft out, ladies and gents, and then we do a bit of a switcheroo on the old batteries. Ryanair rotates. Used a decent amount of the runway there. And then commences the climb. Up from 23 left departure runway today. Yeah, so while there's... I've got the Logan Air ATR pushing back, but prior to that we'll get this battery changed over and should keep us going for the next hour or so.
Lee saying he's just seen Andy in the Aldi at
Barton.
So he's took the healthy option then, Lee, that means.
Meal deal.
He's decided not to go for Greg's. Probably go and get... I'm definitely taking a different route on the way home. Go grab a fish and chips, I think.
Oh, yes.
I tried to get one on Sunday on the way home. Chippy was shut.
Oh, mate.
So, going to give it another bash
Is it
today.
me, right? Or, like, traditional English chippies, they're dying out, aren't they?
I don't know, you just don't see as many of them, but there's a really good one near me.
Yeah.
I won't say which one it is and dox myself. But yeah, there's a good one near me.
Yeah.
I think they'll be open today, so we'll go and grab one of them. Jen's not been...
Fish and chips, yeah, 2 pieces of bread.
Nah, I don't usually go for bread, to be honest.
Mate.
I just usually go for the classic, you know,
Staying away
fish,
from the carbs,
fish,
yeah.
chip. Well, can't with
Peas.
chips, can you? But fish, chips, peas, and gravy, mate. Classic.
Classic. Can't go wrong.
Can't go wrong with that, can you?
Not have a pudding every now and again, like.
Didn't chip it?
Yeah,
What-
yeah.
what
I
pudding
go
did he do?
suet pudding like a Hollands
Oh
pudding.
right, I thought you meant like a, I thought you meant a
Sweet
donut
dessert.
or something.
It is a donut from
I
a
do.
chip.
You know what? I do rate a good suet pudding.
Yeah.
You know, I rate it.
Yeah.
But I think sometimes you just have to go for fish, don't you?
Absolutely.
You know, if you've not had one in a while.
Right, before this battery conks out, everyone, I'm just going to do a quick switcheroo. Stand by, please. Thank you.
You're back then, aren't you? Yeah,
Seamless battery switch that.
nice and quick that.
Good.
I was just saying to Matt, we may have the remote cam in a new location next Sunday,
Ooh.
a week on Sunday, so make sure you
Intriguing.
pencil that one in.
As I said before, guys, make sure for any live content, make sure you give that subscribe button a click and give the old all button a bit of a tickle as well. That'll ensure that you don't miss any live action or any other content from the channel.
So what are you up to this week, and then you got a bit of a break planned?
So I'm off down to Margate this weekend. We're going to see Heidi's sister, my sister-in-law, of course, and brother-in-law. So we're going to head down to Margate. But one thing I've learned over travelling down there for the past couple of years is, especially on the bank holidays, it's vital that you set off at the right time. Because once you hit like that big smoke traffic, once you hit London and that, if you hit that on the bank holiday on the Friday, oh my God, it's like
That's
nightmare
it,
knickers.
bank holiday travel, it's kind of like,
And that's everywhere. It's not just down
chaos,
south. It's
isn't it?
everywhere, isn't it? You know.
yeah, because me and Jen thought, oh, there's no show this weekend, should we nip
Get
to
off. Go down.
Anglesey, should we go in? It's just, any way you think of going, you just think, oh, it's going to be
Yeah,
chaos.
absolutely. So
be
like,
chaos.
we're going to head down there. Obviously, spend a couple of days at the beach, maybe.
Nice.
So yeah, we're going to set off down there. I'm obviously going to bring the show on on Friday. Won't be a full whack 6 hour.
Well, it might end
Mega
up
show.
being with the
It
2
might-
hours at the front.
might end up being with you guys kicking off the show.
Yeah.
But yeah, it won't be a full whack thingy show because obviously I'm going to have to go home, get me head down for an hour, and then going to set off late and try and beat all the manic
Makes sense.
traffic.
You either set off late or get up at like
Get up, yeah, daft o'clock.
4 o'clock, get cracking.
Yep.
But then you're writing off half your day then, aren't you? 'Cause you're
Absolutely.
knackered then
So
when you
I'm
get
thinking if I set off down on the Friday, maybe 5 o'clock, get down there for like 10ish,
there. Yeah,
straight to bed, wake up full day on it, you know.
makes sense.
So
Buzzing.
we're going for a bit of a quiet period over here on the south side, but there's a lot of action still to come, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously got the 380, got the Air Transat, a couple of other 330s on the way out, a couple of Virgin Atlantics, got the Lingus 330 as well on the Big Apple route in as well, and we've just missed the Qatar, unfortunately.
I'll let you crack on then.
Thank
Chat,
you very much.
if I do manage to hunt down a chippy, I'll chuck one in rate my scran as
Yes, yes.
well. And enjoy this extended midweek.
Cheers, Mark.
Should be good. And then I guess I'll see you on Friday then.
Bit easy on the route down the hill, innit now?
Yeah,
Mate, you'll be skipping down the hill.
that'd be it. Going back home, it's all right. It's coming this way that's difficult, isn't it? Right, enjoy, mate.
Have a good one, mate.
Nice
Take
one,
it easy.
Matty.
Thanks
See
a
you,
lot.
chat.
Take
See
it
you
easy,
later.
mate.
See you, mate.
Have a good one. So yeah, Martin just nipping up kindly there, making sure everything's ship shape. Apologies for Mr. Qatar there. Had my attention taken. I'll blame Martin for that one. Stunning Qatar A350 arriving with us from Doha. (3,365 miles) from the Middle East. This aircraft's just undertaken. And as I mentioned before, the Logan Air ATR is now over here, carrying out the flight to the Isle of Man. Is in fact in the Isle of Man library as well, this. Qatar has a scheduled departure time of 3 o'clock, so we'll capture that as well before we wrap up today. Huge thanks to the 1K of you guys still here, sticking it out for the afternoon session of this Midweek Madness show. The Dreamliner, I think, Derek. I don't think it looks right, the Qatar livery on there. Just my opinion. See the Ice Max being pushed back now as well. Just to the rear of the 380. See an EasyJet on the taxi out there as well. Afternoon, Lou. Doing loopy. Nice one, Clem. The chartered aircraft being used by KLM, the Eastern. Next aircraft to arrive from Schiphol. And just further down, 2-3 left here now, we have the EasyJet for Venice finally getting out. Do expect this aircraft to use quite a bit of runway after taking that intersection way down there. Gear up on the EasyJet. So Ben, this is National Trust land, which we're currently filming from. So yeah, National Trust keep this land maintained. Do see them often over here when I've been over here myself, taking photos and stuff. But as Martin said, it's a bit of a thorough trek up that hill to get to this location, so keeps you fit. But there's lots of great spots down the side of 2-3 left here. One of my favourite spots is a bit further down, right down near the rotation spot, which is Wood End Lane. But much easier to get to that spot if you're driving and stuff. So I can get to there on foot, but like I say, a bit of a trek. One of the many Pegasus flights just arriving in there. A321neo, of course, coming in from Istanbul. Now we've got this Ryanair on the way over here. Ryanair, max 8200. Going to be making its way to Carcassonne. And the EasyJet behind, making its way to Dubrovnik. Just going to flick the mic around for you guys. Dreamliner arriving with us here from Malaga. Hi, it's Max just making its way over to us now at the south side. Of course, heading on the return leg to Reykjavik. Never on time. No, don't go off your watch. This Ryanair making its way down to the Balearics, down to Mallorca. Also got the Air France 220 making its way over. Probably just heard a bit of a Wookiee there. comes the Air France, bound for Charles de Gaulle. Catch up on the support in a second, guys. Have missed quite a bit. Apologies. We'll just capture this Ryanair on departure for Brussels. EasyJet in shot, going to be making its way to Antalya. Also, still down the flight to Dubrovnik, still there waiting. Company shot, EasyJet.
Do that all day.
Let's catch up on the support, shall we, guys? Just prior to these two departures, we had Chester Mike. I think I read Chester Mike's out, but thanks very much, Chester Mike, for your generosity in gifting one Airlines Live membership back to the community. Thank you so much to you, Roy. The legend Roy J. Olerman's there with one Airlines Live gifted membership. Thanks so much, mate. Francis as well as Tom and Ann there. And Pia, thank you so much to that trio for also gifting one Airliners Live membership back to the community. Thank you so much, everyone. Very much appreciated. And Chester Mike just jumping in there with a 5 as well. Thanks a lot, Mike.
What are they waiting for a slot over Europe?
Sometimes they get them away from the gate.
Oh yeah.
On-time performance.
Yeah. And
Clear the gate.
people think they're on the way,
Looks
but
good
they're
on
not
paper.
really. It's going to sit there for hours.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Common with EasyJet, only EasyJet.
Yeah.
Don't see Ryanair's do it, just
No.
EasyJet.
Well, I suppose they think they're on the way, don't they? Yeah. Not easy this time of the year.
But yeah, they could be waiting for a slot over Europe or
Yeah.
formalities. Andy B just getting home from the morning shift. 380 now, looking bang on halfway through the turnaround process. Looks like all the catering trucks and stuff have been removed, so does have a scheduled departure time of 2:05, so but always unpredictable, the 380 time, but we'll definitely be catching that. We'll definitely be catching the Qatar 350 departure as well as the Air Transat, which today in fact is a 3:30, so another lovely heavy departure upcoming. No worries, Loops. Transat 330 is in fact due out in the next 5 minutes, but we'll keep an eye on it. .330 just touching down.
went around the corner and I didn't know where to go. Jump on what? Jump on.
It's pushing back now. We have one of these SmartLynx Max aircraft pushing back from the pier at T2. Aircraft heading down to the Canary Islands, down to Tenerife South. Should be with us very soon. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to support the channel, you can do so for free by simply clicking the like button. And if you'd like to support us further, you can do so by, as many others have prior to me mentioning this, you can gift a membership through clicking the dollar symbol, or alternatively a super chat. All support gratefully received. Thank you very much. Ryanair just arriving in there. Hey, and huge thanks to you, Progress, mate. 40 months. Wow, 40 months. A crew seat. Not just any old seat, in crew seat, Progress. All the champagne, all the... Hi, Matt Mods and everyone from Paul over there in Thailand. Had a bit of rain over there in Thailand, able to see in your video the other day, Paul. Monsoon rains, wow. There is the Air Transat 330. Hopefully not too long for that aircraft departing. Thanks again, Proggers. And this is one of the ETF leased aircraft. And still the EasyJet's wait. Not a big fan when they do this, to be honest, but these must. I'd hate to be sat on one while it's made to wait there for a while. Bonjour, John. Hope you're okay, mate. Hey, Marina from Athens. Just pushing back now, the Transat 330, ladies and gentlemen. Heading back to Toronto. Also to the left, see the Scandinavian Neo there. That aircraft's going to be heading on the return leg to Oslo. And also over there we have a Jet 2 757. Alpha November, aircraft going to be heading over to, heading down to Zakynthos. So some lovely departures on the way, guys. Don't be going anywhere. And as I said before, just make sure you give that like button a click for us. It'd be awesome if you could do so. If you're enjoying the live show. So there you go, Scandinavian to the left. Air Transat just pushing back. Finally now the EasyJet for Dubrovnik making its way onto the active runway. EasyJet climbs out for Dubrovnik. Midway through the push back now, the Air Transat 330 as the Scandinavian makes its way over. A short 600-mile trip over to up to Oslo. Now the EasyJet for Antalya on the move. Jet 275's on the move as well, the Alpha November. Not too long for a lovely couple of heavy departures over here on the south side, over here on 23 left on the line-up mound. And now also the Transat 330 on the way over, ladies and gents. Next departure is going to be this SmartLynx Max aircraft heading down to the Canary Islands, Tenerife South. That'll be followed out by the Transat 330, of course, for Toronto, and then we'll get the Jet 275 Alpha November out for Zakynthos. Enjoy these couple of departures, ladies and gents. We'll get this Austrian out, ladies and gentlemen, then we'll have a quick battery change. Just give you guys a heads up. Okay guys, quick battery change in 3, 2, 1. Pretty quick that, wasn't it? So on the way over, we got this EasyJet. Also got a Virgin Atlantic. A330 about to push. Or New York JFK. Just pushing back now, the 330. So shouldn't be too long for another lovely heavy departure. See the tail there of Victor Sierra 127. That's the aircraft going to be taking packs over to the Big Apple. 380 update. 380 not looking too far. I can only presume the jet bridge is still attached on the other side, but just the small cargo hold at the back there still open. Once that's sealed up, shouldn't be too long. Always a good sign when the rear cargo hold is sealed there. Also pushing back on the ground, we have a Pegasus A321neo. It's the aircraft we saw arriving in from Istanbul earlier. That's just pushing back now at the pier at T2. Also have a Ryanair 73 Max. Hotel Yankee aircraft pushing back for flight down to Malaga. How are you doing, Sir Wayne? Hope you're okay. Hey, Amatrine. So there's 7-3 dropping in there. And the holiday scheme of Jet2. Aircraft arriving in from Verona. And now the Virgin Atlantic A330 is on the taxi. An EasyJet A320 making its way over to the southside runway here for a flight out to Prague. I think just two out now as well. We have the Egypt A321neo coming in from Cairo. Oh, it's going to be number 3, the Egypt Air. Almost 5 hours of flight time for the flight from Cairo. Distance of 2,336 miles. From Egypt.
Ryanair's going to go out first.
Virgin Atlantic A330 flight Sierra Victor 127. Victor Sierra 127 rather. Flight over to New York JFK. Ryanair making its way over here for Paris Beauvais. And right in front of us we have the Pegasus for Istanbul. Rear small cargo hold sealed up on the 380 there now. Always a good sign that the aircraft's not too far away from being pushed back now. Just a matter of the jet bridge has been removed from the other side. Beautiful aircraft next in. We've got the Royal Jordanian A321 about to touch down. Aircraft coming in following 5.5 hours flight up from Amman. But as I say, 380 doesn't look too far away now. So stick around, ladies and gentlemen, and if you'd be so kind as to give that like button a click, that'd be awesome. Thank you so much. If you're enjoying the live show. Just going to pan around now and pan around for the Royal Jordanian touchdown. Beautiful scheme of the Royal Jordanian A321, as I say, arriving in from Amman. 5.5 hours flight time. $2,412 mile route. Also got the Eastern now, flying on behalf of KLM. That's just waiting to cross the active. Just see now the Turkish Neo just being pushed back. Another flight heading down to Istanbul. Just see it in shot there to the right as the Jordanian continues its taxi to T1. Here's the Eastern aircraft heading over to Amsterdam Schiphol. As I say, I don't think we're too far from the 380 pushback now, ladies and gentlemen, so don't be going anywhere. Of course, if you'd like to support the stream, you can do so for free by clicking the like button. Or alternatively, if you give that dollar button a click, you can support us further by offering up a gifted membership or a super chat. Thank you so much. Got an EasyJet waiting to cross. EasyJet heading down to the Balearic island of Mallorca. Also just pushing back the Sun Express flight down to Antalya's just pushed back from the pier at T1. Also have a Ryanair 737 making its way over, and that aircraft's going to be flying down to Madrid, the Spanish capital. So a nice steady flow of aircraft still coming over to the south side here for departure, keeping the show nice and flowing. It's got, see the nose of the Turkish just starting its taxi out now as well. Wow, and a big influx of support just coming in. Ronan, mate. Not 5, but 10 Airlines Live gifted membership. Thank you so much, Ronan. Amazing support, mate. Thank you very much. If you did just receive one of those gifted memberships from Ronan, make sure you show your appreciation in the chat. And I'll get back to the support, further support in a second. We'll just capture this EasyJet on its way out, as I say, to Mallorca. Thanks again, Ronan, mate. Massive support, that. EasyJet climbs out. Ryanair from Madrid about to enter the active right in front of us. Ryanair rotates. Turkish is making its way over here, and also the Sun Express. Thanks again, Rona, mate, for the 10. And also, Ron streams business class membership. 10 months wrapped up. Good day, ladies and gents. Thanks for the gifty. Glad to be back in the community. Another 2 months and then it's red tail hype time. And Heather there dropping 1 gifty in as well. Thank you so much, Heather. Very thoughtful of you. Very kind. Keeping the positivity going. Now, in shot is the Turkish flight for Istanbul. And as I say, the Sun Express for Antalya is now on the taxi out, just going behind the 380. 380 shouldn't be too long. Just going to get a bite to eat as well, ladies and gents, while we've got a spare couple of minutes. Spare with. No chance, Dave. No one nicks these butties, route. Turkish now just continuing its taxi onto 23 left for departure. Rushing, I was Audrey. Rushing me butty. Plenty of people over there who could rescue me if I choked. See if we can get time on the 380. Not updated, still stating 2:05, but we're now at almost 25 to 3. As I say, pretty unpredictable, the 380 on this flight number. Qatar's still showing 3 o'clock, that's a good sign. Just on the taxi out, we have a TUI Dreamliner. 556. Aircraft's going to be heading to Espargo. It's just on the taxi now. Just turn the audio record level up a little bit. Might see a bit of an improvement on the audio there, guys. Wish could see it, tell us it's pretty cloudy, mate. Not going to see any flyovers as of yet. Bit of a low base now to this cloud. It's still scattered, but all close together, so unfortunately. Dreamliner about to come into shot. Should be going behind the 380 very shortly. As I say, this aircraft heading to Espargo. Take care, Lee. Nice one. Yeah, we'll keep the stream going as long as the batteries permit. I know I've got two more decent batteries for the camera, so and all the other networks shouldn't be an issue. So hopefully, keep it going for the next couple of hours at least. I'll say we'll definitely capture the 380, definitely capture the Qatar as well. One or two other little bits and pieces. Royal Jordanian, of course. But it looks like the this flight to Espargo is going to be the next departure. Correct, Jill, yeah. Correct. India Delta, the registration on this Dreamliner. 11-year-old airframe. About to undertake this 2,760 mile flight. Dreamliner just disappearing into the clouds. Plenty of people over here on the mound, on the main line-up mound on the south of the airfield. One of many different spots over here. Plenty of people over here waiting. I think, I can only presume they're waiting for the 380. So, hopefully not too long for the masses over here. See if you can get a time again. 380 wasn't updated last time, so. Yeah, getting on for like full like 40 minutes late now for departing the 380. Of course, heading out as flight Echo Kilo 18 back to Dubai, back to the Middle East. Also on the ground we have a Pegasus A321neo, that aircraft of course heading back to Istanbul. Also on the ground we have a EasyJet A320, going to be heading down to Agadir. An EasyJet A319 for Barcelona. Also on the way out very soon. And a couple of Ryanairs due in the next 10 minutes as well. One coming in from Murcia, I think we saw that aircraft depart. And also the Max Golf Whiskey aircraft coming in from Ibiza. Still 1,000 in here. Brilliant to have you all still here. Make sure you all give that like button a bit of a click for us, that'd be great. And as is the norm, if you'd like to support us, you can click that dollar symbol to support us in the form of a gifted membership or a super chat. That'd be brilliant if you could do that. And yeah, just extend my thanks for sticking around after the lads brought you an awesome show earlier today from the Runway Visitor Park with the incredible Debbie from the Aviation Society, chairwoman of the Aviation Society, and it was a brilliant show. Really glad to follow on the action. Hey Diane, good to see you. Hey, cheers John. Yeah, just trying something different, and if everyone's still, everyone likes this, it's another option for us. If you're new to the channel, make sure you say hi in the chat, and it'd be great if you could subscribe as well. Share the stream around before this 380 departs. Aviation A7, how are you doing? And we've just hit 1.2k likes as well on the live. Thank you so much everyone, brilliant stuff. King Kev, how are you doing mate, you okay? Wow, 6:45 AM in Cali with Diane. Thanks for watching, Diane. Early bird. So the first Ryanair from Mercia is just on a 9-mile final now. Pegasus is on the way out. The EasyJet for for Agadir should be starting its taxi very soon as well. Egypt Air for the return leg to Cairo is due out at 3 as well. Also estimated at 3:15 we have another heavy. We have the Airlines UK A330 Delta Yankee. That aircraft's going to be flying over to New York. We also have one of the Jet 275s Alpha Charlie due out for Antalya at 3 o'clock as well. That's got a 45-minute delay as things stand at the minute. Here's the Pegasus on the way out. And speak of the devil, the Airlines 330, you can see there to the left of your shot, it's just being pushed back now from standard T2. Echo India 45, the flight number on the heavy, as the Pegasus just passes in front there. Also, over on T2, we have a 737 MAX aircraft heading down to Egypt, heading on to the Sharm el Sheikh. Looks like the EasyJet for Agadir is going to be the first departure, the next departure, followed by the Pegasus. Making a bit of a quick taxi over here now, the EasyJet, no hanging around. This aircraft in shot now is just a mere 20 minutes late. Not a great deal of time in the grand scheme of things. Sure, it'll make that up on the way down to Agadir. As I say, 1,630 mile flight. Ryanair from Mercia about to touch down. Here comes the EasyJet. As I say, followed up by the Pegasus. And I say, don't be going anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the 380s to go yet. We have the Royal Jordanian A321 and also the Airlines 330 as well. Don't switch that dial. EasyJet rotates. Now we've got the Pegasus about to line up. So on the way over now we have the TUI MAX aircraft heading down to Sharm el Sheikh. We have the Aer Lingus A330, of course heading to the Big Apple. Also making its way over with Ryanair 73 for Berlin. So again, the steady flow of aircraft still making its way over to the south side for us. Here's the TUI for Sharm. Just taxiing right past the exit in front of us. And the 330 just crosses in front of the tower there. That could be a signal that the 380 is about to push. If the 330s took that direction immediately in front of the tower, every chance the 380 could be due to push. Meanwhile, TUI for Egypt now in shot. Yeah, it looks like the transponders now turned on the 380 should be pushing back very soon. Speak of the devil, 380 now, biggest passenger aircraft in the world, is just pushing back now from stand 12. As I say, aircraft heading out as Flight Echo Kilo 18 back to the Middle East, back to Dubai. Did wonder why the 330 had took that direction. as the 380 had already obviously been permitted pushback clearance. There we go to the biggest aircraft that frequent Manchester, about to come into shot. 380 and the 330. Ryanair rotates from 2-3 left. And the 2 for Sharm el Sheikh about to enter. 380, Echo Kilo 18 now, just beginning the taxi. And it'll be departing right in front of us here on the south side. So don't be going anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to miss that. It's got this ETF in front of us now. It's of course Maltese registered 73. And as you can see, the aircraft carrying out flights on behalf of Jet2. This flight in particular is heading down to Fuerteventura. Jet2 leased aircraft rotates. Ghost plane. Echo Tango Alpha on the registration. There is an EasyJet waiting to enter the active, and also the, don't forget ladies and gents, the biggest passenger aircraft in the world, the 380, making its way over to Southside to us now, and that's followed up by another heavy in the form of the jet, one of the least Jet2 330s. Don't be going anywhere. Sorry about that, ladies and gents. Just tripping over the tripod. .380 making its way over now, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure, if you haven't yet, make sure you give that like button a click for us. It really helps the channel out more than you can imagine. And of course, if you'd like to support us further, you can click the dollar symbol. We're just going to take our eyes off the EasyJet and concentrate on this 380 lining up now. I hope that's okay. Just took. It's not going the full length, so we could get him entering the active right in front of us here, ladies and gentlemen. This could be awesome. Enjoy this, ladies and gents. I'm going to keep quiet now, as I've done for most of the show, but like to do let the aviation do the talking while I'm over here on the south side, so I hope you can appreciate that. Of course, you've got Chester Mike there relaying all the flight information there in case you're missing any. So yeah, I just like to keep it stum a little bit while I would take all this awesome aviation audio in over here on Southside. Hope you can appreciate that. And we're about to get 3 beautiful aircraft. First of which this Emirates A380, then the Jet 2 330, and then Jet 2 75. Don't go anywhere. Here we go, entering right in front of us here, ladies and gents. Enjoy this.
.330 looks like he's going to get out prior to the 380. Looks like he's getting a shot of us as well. That'll be 75 up for clearance, one sec guys.
.75 rockets out from Manchester. Ryanair climbs out. Aer Lingus on the way over, got an EasyJet on the way over here as well. And now we're going to stick it out for the Qatar 350, hoping that'll be out very soon. Lovely 380 departure, that one. Lovely trio of aircraft, the 330, the 380 and then the 75. What a nice couple of aircraft that was. Back in 1 second, gents. Just need to take this phone call. 1 second. Thanks for that, ladies and gents. Just had to take that call quick. Hey Sandra. Aer Lingus UK, Aer Lingus 320 now. So the return leg to Dublin. We'll capture this and then we'll have a quick battery change, guys.
Okay, ladies and gents, just going to change the battery, just bear with. And the mods will put the command in the chat there just to relay that, like I say, just have a quick battery change. Be right back. Cheers everyone, should be back there now. Cheers Malky, Qatar pinging now ladies and gentlemen, excellent. Plenty of the low costers over here now, plenty of EasyJets, Ryanairs. Keep your eye on Chester Mike, he'll be relaying all the information regarding these flights now. Don't forget also to come, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the Royal Jordanian A321 and also the Egypt Air Neo as well to come out. done in Egypt on the way over now. Of course, this aircraft heading back over to Cairo. Qatar is now on the taxi, ladies and gentlemen, so the next heavy is on the way out. Also have a Jet 275 number 2 to touch down. And this Ryanair in shot is heading down to Marrakesh. And the EasyJet behind is heading to Amsterdam Schiphol. Looks like the Qatar's going to be using the full length of the runway, following this EasyJet. In fact, it looks like the Qatar's going to take an intersection prior to departure. As the EasyJet climbs out. Is he going to come on here? No.
Stunning Qatar Airbus A350. Of course, going to be heading out to back to Doha on the return leg. Let's flight Quebec Romeo 28. So just having a quick runway inspection here as well on the second runway. Just have to wait a few minutes for these next couple of aircraft to depart as that ground ops vehicle surveys the runway. But yeah, lovely departure coming up in the form of this Qatar 350. Beautiful.
Lots of aircraft over here on southside. A couple of Jet 2 aircraft, a couple of the low costers, Ryanair, 73, EasyJet 319, we've got a TUI as well, 73 over here. Lots of activity, guys. And it looks like the runway inspection is complete, so the Jet 273 is going to be the first out. Then I think we'll get the Qatar. Hey Lindsay, hope you're okay. Hey Tracy, hope you had a good day yesterday. Hey Helsinki, hope you're alright. Welcome in Alfie. beautiful Qatar 350 pierces through the clouds here at Manchester. And now on the way out we have the beautiful Royal Jordanian A321. That's the next highlight to depart. Anyone rate this Royal Jordanian? I'm a big fan. No matter the airframe. I've seen it on a 319 in real life as well. But looks beautiful on here. Looks even better on the Dreamliner. This livery looks beautiful. Almost 4 o'clock here in the UK. We've been live now since around 12 o'clock. So now like 4 hours into the live show. Hope you're still enjoying it, ladies and gentlemen. If you are still, make sure you give that like button a bit of a click for us. Never too late to support these live streams. You can do so by clicking the dollar symbol. It'd be awesome if you could just show us a bit of support for this midweek marathon show. As I say, hope you're enjoying it still. A lovely steady flow of traffic. Got one of these Smart Links Max aircraft coming over, and we also have one of the new Jet 2 A321 Neos on the way over as well. Go. Jordanian looks like it could be the next out. EasyJet that came down here earlier just took a bit of a turn. Just behind this TUI here. Didn't enter the active, the EasyJet, just waited at the side of the runway. That in shot is the EasyJet for Antalya, and like I say, we're going to have to wait and see if that aircraft re-enters the taxiway. See one of the inlets open on the rear of the aircraft there. Like the EasyJet's on the move again. We'll see if it goes back to stand or if it re-enters the taxiway. Yeah, it does look like the EasyJet's on its way back to stand. Capture this Jet 2 departure. Another aircraft heading down to the Canary Islands, down to Gran Canaria for Sonny J. And it does look like the EasyJet is going to be returning to stand, ladies and gentlemen. As I mentioned, this is the flight to Antalya for EasyJet. Looks like something's not quite right, so they're sending the aircraft back to the stand there. Also on the way over now, we have a bit of prop action. We have an ATR 72-600 of Aer Lingus, Emerald Airlines. And we also have the ETF police aircraft to jet to as well. 73s over here. do have a Logan Air CRJ just waiting over here on the south side, waiting for clearance to enter the active departure runway. Also got an EasyJet on the way over. The Logan Air now lining up. EasyJet about to come into shot. He's going down to Tenerife South. And we also have another EasyJet on the way over here. Heading over to Mykonos. Andy D just reporting there why there's a bit of a hold up on this runway. It might be a possible bird strike when the Logan Air departed earlier. So that may have just put a slight halt to proceedings. Looks like the runway inspection's been completed, so we'll see if action gets moving again over here on the second runway. Just one or two of the low costers got pretty easy jets over here, and a Ryanair. The rose between the thorns, so to speak. So the aircraft in shot is the EasyJet flight to Dalaman. It's been waiting there a good 20 minutes or so now, as is tradition for the EasyJets. Just cleared the gate, bit of on-time performance in play. You also also have another EasyJet as well, which is the flight to Mykonos, just behind. Next aircraft to taxi over to us is going to be a Jet 273 in the holiday colours, and that's a flight down to the Canary Islands, down to Lanzarote. Just awaiting the departure of these two EasyJet aircraft now. As I say, a bit of on-time performance in play here, I think. Hopefully it won't be too long. While the two EasyJets still wait, we've got the Jet 2 aircraft for Lanzarote. We're just lining up now, about to spool up. Now finally looks like the two EasyJet aircraft are on the move. The first one to Dalaman and the second to Mykonos. There's a chap stood at the side of me here. He's got family on the flight to Dalaman. Stockport County flagging and giving all a wave down to Dalaman. Safe flight, guys.
Yeah, and a safe flight to those guys on the way down to Dalaman in Turkey. Hope they have a great time. It's Jet 2 in the .com scheme, making its way over to us here at Southside. The EasyJet from Mykonos is still waiting patiently there. Need patience to wait that long. And this aircraft in shot is going to be heading to Borjas. Of course, still on the ground we have a Turkish A330. Looks like that's going to be the next heavy departure. Not for another 40 minutes though, so 45. Got an EasyJet coming in from Lisbon. Neo aircraft. Hotel uniform about to touch down. Here it is now. Here's the Jet 2 for Borjas. Next departure. And the EasyJet we saw heading out for Antalya before it went back to stand. It's got a new slot time now of 25 past 5, so slight 1 hour delay on that EasyJet that did make its way over to the south side here, but for some reason or another didn't enter the active runway. So Ryanair just arriving in with us from Barcelona. We have another Jet 273 just beginning its taxi out. Aircraft's going to be it's G-Sun F. It's going to be heading down to Paphos. It's just started its taxi away from Pier 1 at T2. So looks like there's 1 or 2 people over there at the RVP. Bit of a quiet mound, but has gone a little bit dull over the airport. So sure it's been pretty busy today with the kids still off. So we'll definitely stick around for the Turkish 330, ladies and gents, and then we'll see the state of play then. See how busy it is. See if it's worth sticking around or not. we'll definitely catch the 3:30 Turkish as it departs back to Istanbul, if that's reasonably on time. Like I said, I think it's due to depart around 5:15, so. Cheers, Mike Evans. Thanks, mate. 3:21, just arriving in from Tenerife. 4 hours 10 minutes flight time. And the EasyJet for Mykonos is still waiting there. Can't be good. Take care, Matilda. Yeah, it can be a bit quiet now in the afternoons here at the airport. Of course, not as frequent the flights and routings in the afternoons as they are in the mornings here at Manchester. But I say we'll stick around for the 3:30, and then every chance we could wrap up after that Turkish departure. Well, me and we've been live for about 5 hours 20 minutes or so yeah, and not too bad. Still streaming and still here. Take care, Snoopy. Yeah, Barry, can hang on for that, mate, no problem. Due in at 5:05. Yeah, I can get that for you, mate, no problem at all. Yeah, so we'll catch Barry's son arriving. Barry's son, Chris, is the FO on the flight coming in, the TUI flight coming in from Rhodes. So we'll capture that. And as I say, we'll capture the Turkish. A few little things to keep us busy up till then. Bit of Dutch Pride, KLM 73, just landing in from Amsterdam Schiphol, following around about an hour's flight time for this aircraft. reverse thrust just sealing up as the aircraft rolls out on the rapid exit over on runway 23 right. No problem, Barry. Hey, nice one, Pete. Yeah, key and the 380 left. Was around an hour late on departure time, but yeah, it went the 380 to me. Always scroll back and capture that departure if you wish. Hey, card 8, the Turkish has a scheduled departure time of 1/4 past. Unless that's changed. Yeah, still showing 17:15 for the Turkish, which is in fact at 3:30 today, as is common on the late afternoon route now here into Manchester. Do commonly use a 3:30. See the cargo holds there still open. Don't look like a lot of activity on the front hold, but still lots of kit being loaded onto the rear cargo hold there. Where's the summer gone? Set a Jet 2 of a Jet 273, pinging up for Antalya. Also on the ground, we have a Ryanair waiting pushback clearance for Rome. Max 8200, Hotel Zulu, the reg on that. And also a Jet 273 pushback for Palma de Mallorca as well. And the A321neo Sun F is on the way out now. Of course, that aircraft, as I mentioned before, heading down to Paphos. Just to the left now, you can see the 73. That's for the flight for Palma. Typhoon just coming over Nantwich. Definitely clouds. Yeah, he took a turn, the Tiff there. It's like he's just come down from the lakes. Made a bit of a loop over at Market Drayton and now Lossy 07. I've got a Celestia Air Cessna 560 on the way in as well. It's had a prop touchdown. So we've got Jet 273 purring on the way over. First one, I say, to going down to the Balearics, down to Mallorca. And the second of which is heading to Paphos. Mallorca flight looks like it's going to go full length.
Tui from Rhodes now, just entering the base leg, and should be with us within the next 8 or so minutes. Catch you that for Barry. G-Sun F, heading down to Paphos. been a member of the channel for the last 4 months. Robert there just came up and got a quick selfie. Lovely to meet you, mate. Brilliant to meet you. I'm getting it because people are a bit nervous whether to come up and thingy and whatnot, whether to come up and say hi and stuff. I don't mind at all. If I happen to be over here, I can always come over and get a selfie when I get a spare couple of minutes. Never be nervous. Safe journey, Robert B. Lovely to meet you. And we've finally got movement on this EasyJet for Mykonos. I hope so for all the packs on board. They've been there a long while. Hopefully this flight finally on the move. I'd say they've been there a good 45 minutes now, the packs on this airport. I've also got another new Jet 27, one of the 321 Neos on the way in. G-Sun L is making its way over to Manchester as we're here. Not sure I've got the batteries for that, not sure. Yeah, and the delivery flight there making its way over from Hamburg, the Airbus factory over there. And a huge thanks, Chrissy, for the one Airlines Live gifted membership. Chrissy B, thank you so much, love. Hope you're okay today. Thanks again, Chrissy. Still trying to keep an eye out for Barry Sun, the FO on the TUI. just lost my signal on my flight radar 24, so I'm keeping an eye out for Barry's son on the TUI, as well as keeping my eye on this Jet 2 A321. I think it's too long now, Barry's son. Just touching down now, I think. Putting the camera around. And Barry Delaney's lad there, Chris, arriving there on board as the FO on the TUI, coming in from Rhodes. Hope you had a great flight, lads. Nice touchdown. My pleasure, Barry. My pleasure, mate. Finally, the EasyJet for Mykonos is on its way. Hey, and thank you, Proggers, and thank you, Tracy, for your gifted memberships there. Thank you so much. And Brian, membership renewed at Premium Economy now for 33 months, Brian. Excellent footage again. Thank you, Brian. We also had Tell and Malky with the gifted memberships. Thank you so much, lads. We also had Paula with the $5.99. Thank you so much, Paula. Thanks for all the support, guys. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Hey, cheers, Dollis. Turkish 330 doesn't look too far away, ladies and gentlemen. Also, a few more of the low costers on the way over, a couple of Ryanairs, a couple of EasyJets. Only 35 minutes now, ladies and gentlemen, for the delivery flight, so I may have to try and dig a bit of a battery out, and we'll capture the arrival of the newest aircraft to the Jet 2 fleet, especially for you lot. There you go. Let's see what I do for you lot.
Only thing is, on this next battery change, you might have to bear with me because I don't know which battery it is. There is a battery there with a bit of power on, which should see us through for the arrival flight, so delivery flight.
Come along to the Turkey, show you the progress on there. Should be pushing back any minute, the Turkish, I'd have thought. That's the one, Nan and Tom. Battery Russian roulette. Which one is it going to be?
do still have like 41% on this battery in the Camry at the minute, so we'll run this battery right down and hopefully dig the fresh battery right out. Just a quick reminder for you guys, don't want to batter on because there's not many of you in here now, but if you could kindly just, and you haven't yet, make sure you give that like button a bit of a click for us. And it'd also be great if you could support us for the last half an hour or so of the show. That'd be brilliant. If you could drop in a bit of a dono of some sort or a gifted membership, that'd be awesome. Don't feel obliged, but it'd be nice if you could do so. Sun Express just landed in. Wow, got a 7.5 pushing back as well, ladies and gentlemen. We have Alpha India pushing back now for Palma de Mallorca. G Sun H is also pushed back, flying out to Cos. We have a bit of prop action. We have an Aer Lingus ATR on the way over as well. TUI 73 making its way over slowly as well, guys. So as I say, ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to stick around for the Turkish 3:30 departure back to Istanbul, and we are going to hang around for the delivery flight of the one of the new Jet 2 A321neo aircraft. On its way into Manchester, we have on delivery Just 29 minutes out. G-Sun L on delivery flight into Manchester from Hamburg. And we're going to capture that for you guys. Should be with us within the next half an hour. As I say, we'll have a bit of a battery change prior to that. Try and dig out the battery with the most percentage on. Looks like the TUI is going to get straight out. So plenty of movements to wrap the show up. As I say, we're in the last half an hour or so of the live. Last half an hour or so of the live, should I say. And as I say, on the taxi out we have a Jet 275. We have a Ryanair over here, it's waiting to enter the active. The the Aer Lingus ATR, which is in shot here. And we also have G-Sun H making its way over. As I say, that aircraft's going to be heading down to Cos. The 75 heading down to Mallorca. This ATR is on the return leg to Dublin, I think. Another Ryanair on the way out to Barcelona. We also have a member of the Man City squad, Ilkay Gundogan, arriving in 26 minutes. He's arriving on the Smart Jet. And we'll catch that for all you Blues as well. Beautiful Jet 275 making its way over now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to turn the mic back around so you can take in all this audio from the RB211s.
Quick battery change, Pete. Quick battery change. Bear with, stand by. Found it. Sincere apologies for Mr. 75 there, guys, but I found the battery, I found it. Iberia Express was landing. Hey Phil, we're just about to capture the Turkish departure and we're about to capture the delivery of one of the new Jet2 A321 Neos, mate. Thanks for joining us. And we're about to capture Ilkay Gundogan, I think it is, Man City squad member. About to come down on the BizJet as well. And Mr. Gundogan's on this smart jet, which is now just 15 minutes away. And the delivery flight is now only 18 minutes away. So we're definitely capturing those two aircraft, ladies and gentlemen. Try and preserve the batteries best I can.
Did in fact have a refreshed departure time of 17:35. This Turkish 330 in shot. As you can see, no movement as of yet. Both cargo holds closed though, so. The Lauda about to touch down, Lauda motion. Lauda coming in from Vienna. Looks like a certain Mr. Gundogan is going to be number 6 to touch down, 6th aircraft. Flying in from Barcelona. Cessna Citation XL. Belonging to SmartJet. And it's now just 9 minutes away. And that'll be immediately followed by the delivery flight as well, ladies and gentlemen, so great stuff. And this EasyJet on the way out now, ladies and gentlemen, is the flight that we saw taxiing out earlier on in the live stream. Did actually taxi to the runway, but didn't enter the active, and was delayed for an hour. Looks like it's been delayed a little bit longer than an hour now, this flight, unfortunately. Finally getting on the way though now to southern Turkey, these packs. Yeah, and don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't as yet, make sure you give that like button a bit of a tickle for us. It'd be great if you could do so. Really helps us out. Hey, and Mr. Forsyth Farag, here's hoping both you and your batteries can last until it's going to last, mate, don't worry. Definitely catch it for you, mate. And huge thanks to you, Suze, with a one gifty. Thanks a lot, Susie. Definitely going to be catching Gondwan, don't worry. EasyJet finally makes its way down to Antalya. Turkish finally pushing back, ladies and gentlemen. Turkish 330, it's all happening at once now. All the aircraft we've been waiting for, all on the move. Turkish 330 for the return leg to Istanbul. And we also now have the Smart Jet's now on a downwind leg. That's a great sign, the Turkish pushing. Brilliant, brilliant for us. Just see the diggers and whatnot, all the JCBs there in place. Of course, working on the taxiway, which Debbie mentioned on the earlier live stream with Martin and Andy. So yeah, we've got this Turkish 330 pushing back. We have the Smart Jet with Ilke on board, and following that then we have the delivery flight of the Jet 2 A321neo, newest aircraft to the fleet, G-Sun L, Golf Sun Lima, on delivery from Hamburg, from the Airbus factory over there in Hamburg. Great to capture this. Just enough left on the battery. Fully pushed back now, the Turkish. So aircrafts number 4 and 5 to land are the aircraft we're waiting for. Yeah, listen to Tracy, everyone. Smash that like. Cheers, Ian. Thanks a lot, mate. No point doing it without you lot. No point. So thank you so much for your sticking around after the morning show today. After the 380 arrived. Brilliant show, as I say, from Martin, Andy and Debbie. Kicking proceedings off today on this Midweek Madness show. And then we started the midweek marathon this morning, and then we're still here now. All kicked off from around 9 o'clock this morning, the action from the channel, and we're still here at 5 to 6. Nutters. Only one channel would do that for you guys, you know that. So number 3 and 4 to touchdown of the aircraft we're waiting for. Don't worry guys, still plenty of battery left now. 50% battery left. Should see us through to wrap the show up. Been a great show, thank you everyone. See if we can get a wave, shall we, off this TUI crew? Let's see if we can get a last wave of the show. TUI going to be making its way to Rhodes. So now number 2 and 3 to land. Turkish 330 final on the move as well, ladies and gentlemen. It's all coming together now. And I'm just going to flip the mic back around now while we capture this last bit of action. Make sure you lot get a beautiful audio of all this aviation.
And as I say, we'll capture the Turkish departing and then we'll wrap the show up, ladies and gentlemen. Nice, heavy.
He departs. Just going to pan the camera around now.
Capture Mr. Gundogan touching down. Tracked number 1 in the world, this BizJet on the way in. 4,000 people watching this aircraft. Currently on channel partner flight radar 24.
Camera poised there for a minute while we wait for this BizJet to arrive.
Four and a half thousand people tracking this BizJet.
Unbelievable.
Final 800 feet or so now. Ilkay Gundogan landing here at Manchester during this midweek madness show by Airlines Live. Landing in from Barcelona. And straight after this landing, BizJet will capture the arrival of the delivery flight of G-Sun L, newest aircraft to the Jet 2 fleet, A321neo aircraft, coming in from Hamburg from the factory, Airbus factory over there. We'll capture him taxiing back to Signature Aviation where the aircraft will reside. Also keeping our eye out for the next arrival. The Turkish 330 has been allowed access to cross the active. Number 1 tracked aircraft in the world just been in shot, and the number 2 tracked aircraft is just about to land as well, ladies and gentlemen. While he taxis up to the remote there, I'm going to capture this arrival of this beautiful new aircraft. Just 1 second. G-Sun L, brand new to the Jet 2 fleet, arriving with us here at Manchester. And the Turkish is now lined up for departure. Just going to capture this heavy departure for you guys, and we'll bring you back the other aircraft we've just captured arriving. Bear with us a second, ladies and gents.
try something, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to wrap us up, ladies and gents. Hope that's okay with you guys. Check we're in shot and everything, 1 second. Hey. How we looking? How are we, everyone? All right. Just make sure I'm in shot here for you all. Hey. Hi everyone, hope you're all alright. Hope you've had a great stream. Right from the get-go, from 9 o'clock this morning with Martin, Andy and the awesome Debbie from TAS. What a brilliant day of aviation we've had here on the channel. Absolutely awesome. So thank you so much for getting involved today, everybody. Whether you've dropped a gifty in or a bit of dono, or you've clicked the like during the lads show with Debbie earlier, or during this show, or you've shown your support here. Thank you so much, everybody. Don't forget, next live action from the channel will be on Friday. I think the lads are going to kick off the show early, as soon as the RVP opens around 8 o'clock. So keep your eyes open for that. Next live action from around, yes, I'd say roughly about 8:15 on Friday. Another bumper show coming up this coming weekend. So make sure you click your subscription button, and make sure you click your notifications to all, and that'll make sure that you don't miss any of the action. But thank you so much for all your support, guys. I'm going to make my way home now and get back up the 60 and have some tea. So thank you so much. Again, thanks a lot for getting involved. Thanks for all the hitting the like. Thanks for all the gifties. Thanks for all the donos, all the super chats and whatnot. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day. Whatever you're up to for the rest of the week, take care. Look after yourselves and each other. It's been a brilliant stream. Thank you. Take care. And we'll see you all on Friday. Thanks again. Cheers, everyone. Thanks a lot. Bye.